be roboting out something fierce, so I might mute the call in a minute.
That's fine, and then I'll just do the everyone else talk in a minute.
I'll talk.
And I will.
No. That is Karibo.
Alright, dog.
Then you talk. And then it's Shaggy Rojo. And then Shaggy Verde. And then Shaggy Blanco Verde. And Super Saiyan 4 Shaggy Rojo.
And we lost connection immediately.
Ain't that some shit?
What?
Ain't that just the Dickens?
Are you saying like the stream lost connection?
I don't know, he deafened himself.
Let me see this.
Okay, that's weird.
We're still going.
No, we're going now. We're back. It's just a matter of this is
Were you saying the stream lost connection?
a second, but the thing is, the three of us are really quiet.
Give me a moment. Because Tabletop's finally doing the freezing up thing that it usually does. And it's also probably because of Tabletop that things sound worse than they are.
Maybe.
It's the pre.
Okay, pre.
Yeah. Ah.
It's also probably...
Yeah, I'm hoping that it's just because of Tabletop, because we all sound... Everyone but you sounds like kind of butts, but then again, it could just be the fact that we're not using, like, highest of high-end mics. And now you're super quiet.
Probably because I wasn't speaking?
No, I'm listening on stream.
Well, I mean, I hadn't been
It's
speaking.
weird.
You should have. I'm not saying that you were, necessarily.
Yeah. Yeah, because right now I'm getting a fucking spinning wheel of doom.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Let me figure this.
Right now.
I can hear you.
Yeah, we gotcha.
It's just the wheel.
I'm just waiting to... Once it levels out and we have everything loaded up and everything, that's when I'll do the testing, but until then it's just gonna be like, no fucking point.
Also, like, are you like in the room or something so I can open up or now?
I've got a room. I've got the room open. It's
For Christ's sake.
finishing the loading process. It's actually really close, so you guys should be able to hop in just a second.
Okay, because I think the streaming
Okay.
and that loading is not helping.
Yeah, no, that's definitely the case. Anyhow, you should be good now.
I believe this is the password.
23.
Yep.
I mean...
Good.
Don't worry, we lost connection. You're fine.
Flannery didn't jump, change it anyway.
Once you guys hop in, I'll change the password.
Yeah, because you did say it live.
For a second, Jesse was Oliver.
Or was Jesse?
Oh, that was weird.
All as it should.
All is right with the world.
Yeah, Flannery, you literally just set it on like live now. It literally just went through.
Well, you know what the solution to that is?
Like for me, like I lost connection like immediately. So I didn't see that.
Saji.
I'm roboting.
No, you were just talking over Flannery.
Oh, I didn't hear him, so might be.
Ha! I've changed the code. Now nobody will ever figure out that it's actually 27.
Well.
Alright, so as far as audio goes, you guys probably sound better, I hope, now that there's not the loading convolution.
I'm loading.
Oh, for Christ's sake, what the hell? That's disgusting, my ping. Just spiked. Maybe.
Is this it?
Okay, so we seem to be stable. Let me do the test.
Excuse me.
Okay, we got a decent amount of lag between us and the stream, which I guess is fine, but there's nothing to do about that. The only thing is, we all, everyone but you, Flannery, we're a tad on the quiet side.
Just a tad? Is it like nothing major or?
No, I mean, it's enough that if you were to bump your volume to hear us louder, Flannery would probably be a bit booming.
I mean, like what you could do is instead of like the OBS settings, just go to the Discord settings and do it each of us manually.
That's what I had done to try and fix it. I'm gonna try. I don't want to do that because if I do that, then it's gonna end up. Let's see, properties.
Also, I am peaking like a motherfucker. I don't know why. I am just peaking like hell. It sounds like absolute fucking ass.
Okay, somebody speak.
Okay, hi.
Hello there.
Alright, so as far as the volume goes, how do I sound? Oh, I'm probably peaking awful.
Peaking awful, and you sound like you're talking through a tin can, but you know.
Is this any better? No, that's probably still peaking awful.
No, it's still loud and peaking, yeah.
Alright. Now that should be better-ish? Question
No.
mark?
No.
Well, okay, so then it looks like. Okay, somebody. Possible solution? I've got a weird idea that either will work absolutely or will fail horribly. We're about to find out which.
I'm sorry, I just got back to listening to the stream. Volume-wise, we seem to be relatively on par.
Okay, I'm gonna try something else.
Yeah, because that...
Okay, so this might just be a what'd you guys do over the time skip session? Which still, at the very least, it's not the worst thing that could happen since this is going to be a little more downtime.
Flannery, are you there? Cole? You there?
Hi.
Okay, I wanted to make sure because... Okay, well, I mean, the good news is we're you and me are on level.
Yeah, well, me.
Flary's dead.
Yeah, OBS died. I mean, it should be back up now. I'm hoping so.
Yeah, it just came on.
So, on the upside, how does this sound as far as a mic?
You sound fine.
At least on
Sounds fine
my
on
end.
stream. You might want to bump it just a tad bit. It's not like you're a million miles away, but it'd still be a good thing to try and like just a little bit higher.
I've got my mic at max. How's that sound?
That sounds. Let's see. Got another spinny wheel. So fucking hell.
Jeez. I could have probably been on time and still end up not having games start till 8.
Yeah, no, it's just really annoying. And talk one more time.
Talking.
Jesus fucking Christ!
I haven't gotten a spinny wheel, and I've been listening through to it. I will say we sound fine, except like Jake said, you're kind of quiet.
Flair,
Yeah.
you're gonna want to bump it. I'm just pissed off at the fact that I keep.
Because for some reason I'm fine, so I'm just doing.
I get the spinny wheel of doom, and it's pissing me off.
Let me move my thing further away.
Because yeah, you are super quiet.
That just might be this microphone to an extent.
Yeah, for God's sake, Flannery, just for God's sake, after stream, just give me a fucking address and I'll send you a new. I'll buy you a new mic. Happy birthday.
And this is like the extent to what the mic levels is. If we are, still wondering about us being too loud over the DM, we could just turn us down.
Yeah, I can always do that. In fact,
so we're not overpowering.
Okay, so I'm seeing the levels for me and you guys. I'm gonna adjust it a little bit more. Can somebody just start speaking alongside me? Hello.
Hi,
Okay.
hi, how are you?
Alright, so according to this, we're about the same volume.
Yeah, you are. You were fine. Okay, we're all up. Yeah, we're all about this. We're about level. I think I'm a little louder, but it's not by much, so don't worry about it.
Okay, so there's that. Now.
Okay, we've sorted that.
We've sorted that. Now, why the hell did this not upload? I told this to freaking upload while we were doing all that.
Yeah, hey Talk, sorry about this.
Hashtag jargon the stream number 3, I think.
Yeah, we've had so much fucking jargon. Like I said, Flannery, just give me a goddamn address and I'll give you a new mic.
I'm playing a dangerous game right now.
Lol.
No, I am laying in my bed, listening to relaxing piano music with my eyes closed.
Cole, don't. Otherwise, I'll have to drive over to you, and it'll take 3 hours.
It'll take probably less than 2.
I mean, yeah, true. You know how I drive.
Well, no, it's also the time of day. It usually doesn't even take 2 hours to get here.
Okay, in that case, an hour and a half.
You'd have to be going pretty fast.
I mean, my average on a highway, unless I'm in Ohio or any other state with freaking draconian speed limits, is 90.
Yikes.
Oh my.
Look, the left lane is the passing lane, and if you're all going slower than I am, I'm gonna pass you.
I mean, isn't that what you're supposed to do?
Yeah, no, that's what you're supposed to. And hey, good luck on that essay, Talk. I hope we don't distract you too much, or if we do, at least it's a good time.
Hello, light. Hello, light.
I'm also glad that
So,
for
Hard
a
think.
recap over a time skip, I'm not going to be doing the thing where it's like all that's going on is I'm talking about it. I'm glad I'm going to let you guys have some involvement on things still. In fact,
yes.
while we
By
do
the way,
this,
are you?
do you want?
Yeah.
Who wants to give the little disclaimer about the fact we already rolled most of this stuff?
Oh yeah, yeah. I'll
We
give you
rolled
that.
most of the stuff.
Yeah, we did. I think like 98% of this we did as pre-rolls. And just that was mostly to save time because that way we wouldn't have to have Flannery think of everything on the fly.
And like this take like probably like a couple sessions.
Yeah, if we did it that way.
Yeah.
I only
Worst
do
case
one more
scenario, the
roll, but that's not
recap.
a specific.
What was that, Saji?
I just had to do one more roll, but that's on a specific day.
Yeah, like I said, 98%, not all of them.
In fact, Oliver, how about you bring your D4 right over to the DM dice table? Yeah. And I need to
Are
get
you
rid of the
uploading
skull
something to
dice.
Tabletop? You uploading to tabletop right now?
Yes, but nothing critically.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, I was just wondering why your ping was at like 8 to 900.
You got it too, so let me view your stat sheet real quick just so I can say specifically. I mean, basically what's going to work out is congratulations, you've got another you got a +1 on your wisdom for now. This will technically be applicable because you're going to keep doing the same thing that got you it. That's going to be applicable even into the current week. So,
What about me and my physical stats?
your physical stats, I'll give you a choice. You can do a roll for them, which gives you potential for not getting much of a benefit, if any, or you can take a guaranteed +1 to the stats that would be applicable.
I mean, you also want to take into consideration the fact that Ayumi literally beat back dual spirits with a crowbar.
I am. You got to remember, you also almost died.
But you also got to remember
And
that
you're
was
not a
not
Saiyan.
today. But you also got to remember that was not today. That was the other day.
You're right, and just be grateful that I'm not punishing your constitution for almost dying.
There are no Zenkai boosts.
Okay.
The things that you would be getting a boost on are strength, constitution, and dexterity.
I mean, I literally can't roll lower than a +1, so, you know.
Yeah, you can.
How?
Because while it's a D4, it's technically the equivalent of a D2 since it applies to the bonus, not the base.
No.
So I mean, your strength, I mean, you can technically do better. But constitution and dexterity can both technically not gain anything at all.
Okay, now just because I don't understand how that works because I was never explained this, and
Okay.
I really don't care enough to have it explained to me on stream, we can just leave this as...
It takes 5 seconds to explain. You roll this. Whatever the value is will be applied to your bonus for basically the next week. And I will say, because of your daily training, that you'll actually keep it going, even though technically some of these bonuses should technically end at the end of that first week after all this.
I mean, yeah, because that's a daily thing, a couple hours each day, so...
Yeah, so because of your daily training, I'm technically fudging the longevity of it for avoiding punishing the player, basically, to avoid punishing you. But I mean, you can choose to do the roll, but if you choose to do the roll, I'd say just strength and dexterity. If you take the +1, it hits the strength, con, and dexterity.
I'll just take the +1 across the board.
All right. Did that at least make sense, though? Like, generally?
Yeah, I mean, it does and it doesn't, but that's a discussion for another day.
Gotcha. Okay, so these are added in.
I believe Cole may be dying.
God.
Cole,
What?
Okay.
we just need to
Sure.
confirm every so often that you're alive by just shouting your name.
Nah, we good. I opened my
Why did-
eyes.
1 second. This thing ended up uploading the photons twice, not the galaxy.
Saji, I don't like your deck now.
You know what? I'm sort of at the point where I'm like, I don't.
It's 9
think you
o'clock
guys-
though,
yeah.
dude.
Yeah, I
Just-
don't think we're gonna end up getting to around to you guys actually getting to physically test out your decks. So
That's
Yeah.
okay.
Plus you want to say that for a debut, not a this is during 2 weeks and then what happens immediately after those 2 weeks.
yeah, so you know
3
what?
weeks.
And I have a question for how you upload cards. Do you do them? Do you do cards one at a time, or do you do them in bulk?
Clarify.
Do you upload like each card into the table, or do you just get like all the cards you need in the deck and then upload them in bulk?
I try to upload them all into the deck and then do it all in bulk, but sometimes there's times where it's like I've already got half the deck uploaded as cards from other things, and I just try and pull from those and then do the rest, which is actually somewhat what's happening with part of your deck, but not the whole thing.
We'll talk after stream.
Yeah, I was about to say time and place for everything, guys, but not now.
Yeah, I was answering a quick question. So you know
Yeah.
what? Let's.
Now I can finally press the fucking button.
I like buttons.
And there you can read my announcement.
Yeah, no. We're having a time skip. What will happen? Will Jesse go Super Saiyan? Will Oliver learn to use hockey? Will Naomi learn the true meaning of Christmas?
I can almost guarantee you that last one ain't happening. The other two might.
Nah.
Wait, there's a chance. Super Jesse. This is my normal Montana state. Then this is a
You go-
super Montanan.
Yeah, but you're still not even like half as strong as I am.
And then this is a level B ascended beyond Super Montanan. We'll call this Super Montanan 2. And then
it
this
goes all the way
is
up
to
Super
go
Montana
even
God,
further
Super Montana.
beyond.
And then your hair just turns into an ear of corn.
I am. And then we do the fusion dance with Idaho.
Okay, so Saji, you haven't done a recap in literally forever. I say we choose you.
Actually, I ended up writing the recap so
Oh.
that I could just roll it all into the time skip.
Okay.
Let's get off my back.
Now, I know we kind of already did the disclaimer, but oh well. I'm just going straight
Yeah,
from
we
the script here. Now, before we begin, we did a lot of rolling for things before game. So there's a lot of stuff that seems like it should be rolled for, and if it seems like it should have been rolled for, unless specified otherwise, it probably was. So with that, last time on DARP, our heroes finally made it through the lab once again. By the time they arrived, they found Andy laying in a canister surrounded by smoke and shadows. Ayumi took action, shattering the canister despite Andy's tearful pleas for them to just leave her be. Once the glass was broken, El Shaddai Winda took control and proceeded to mess with the party before settling on eating Jesse's soul. Jesse refused to go down without a fight, just like the vision he had had of his father, and he proceeded to duel the Shaddai. Just as it was looking like Jesse was about to lose, Ayumi stepped in and proceeded to duel as well. Thanks to Ayumi, they managed to beat back Shaddai Winda's advances before winning the duel and saving Jesse's life. Afterwards, everyone went their separate ways in order to think about everything that had been seen and they've experienced over these past few hours before going to bed. Man, you can tell I was tired when writing some of this.
Mm-hmm.
The next morning, Ayumi, you awaken to the sound of a door closing. It's still fairly dark outside, but it looks like the sun is getting ready to rise, so you'd suspect it's around 6:45 or so. As you look around the dim room, you see Alexa walking into the bathroom, and Raphael still next to Andy's bed, his head on the bedside. You do not see Andy, however. Big pause in case you want to do stuff.
Yeah, That's what I figured. I was just thinking, it's like, kind of groggily look around. Is like, Alexa was in the bed next to her, right? Like the one across.
Yep.
Some...
Like the one over here.
Yeah, and I heard 2 doors shutting. 2 or just the one?
You heard the one, but then that's what woke you up, and as you woke up, you saw Alexa going into the bathroom.
Mm.
So
In
that
that
means that
case,
wasn't the door that woke you.
yeah. No, Andy, and huh. Well,
I'm gonna
can
take
I feel
that.
my other arm?
Yes, you can feel your arms. However, I'm going to take
Okay.
this pause as being a bit of a delay in time in game. You receive a message on your PDA.
Hmm?
Do you
What
take
does
a
it
look?
say? Yeah.
Okay. It's from Andy. I'm going back to the dorm to shower and change. I'll see you in class.
Just send a brief message back. All right. Well, see you then. Just don't be late, okay?
After a moment, you get a reply back. It's just a thumbs up.
Yep. And this is just and I know I'm not the one who should be having to say this, but you probably want to get your detention over sooner rather than later. I can't do anything more for you at this point.
No immediate reply. After a minute, you hear a knock at the door before it opens. Carrying a clean, complete outfit for Ayumi, Dr. Feelgood walks in with a couple of campus security guards. He hands you the clothing as you're told that they'll need your account of what happened to you and Andy last night, due to the nature and severity of your injuries. Additionally, you'll need to repeat to them what happened with Wheeler so that a proper investigation can be run. You're told that Red and the nurse already gave that information to them, but they need your testimony directly. What will you do? Cooperate? Give them some
Okay.
of the information? Outright refuse, etc., etc.?
Okay, with the thing about Wheeler, there's literally no reason to not give them information, so just blah that to them.
And
Look at the art.
You can
Go ahead.
You can shorthand this as well. Don't feel like you have to actually
Yeah,
go in depth.
that's what I was kind of planning on that because I could do this in character, but it's like, okay. Yeah, about the arm and the and her, honestly, this place is kind of a death trap if you think about it. Trees, pitfalls, rocks, volcano. I mean, what more is there to say? You explore the island, you go off a beaten path, and looks at her arm. Well, at least it's not that bad. Looks to the other arm. Yeah, except now my uniform is not, symmetrical. Hold on. Just wants to rip off the other sleeve of her current attire.
And as you do all this, I'm going to want you to roll me a deception in just 1 second. Alright, go ahead and roll me deception.
That's oh god, the ping. Let's see. Deception is actually that's a +9 to that, so that's a 13, or a 15, or if you want to use my base charisma, 15.
Alright, so...
Why can I never roll high when I have to deceive? I don't think I've only had to do this twice, and I think both times it was a low number.
As far as whether or not they believe you, you can't tell, but they seem to note down what you say nonetheless. Over the course of this, they do try and press you for some more details, but you keep trying to slip around around their questions and give half truths.
Yeah, it's like stuff. I'm assuming stuff like, what, you want me to say there's some magic spider out there who can make razor string? Something stupid like that?
And as you give them like the half truths that they're looking for, they just mark it down. You think that some of the things you say might have ended up being contradictory, but you hope they don't notice.
I mean, worst case, blame the drugs. Got
And
pumped full
they
of freaking morphine or whatever.
and they go on their merry way. Oliver.
What about Oliver?
I mean, she is there.
The hell even am I? Okay, yeah. Crib.
All right. Oliver, the next morning you wake up a bit early. Leah's no longer in the room though. You head over to the shop, and when you get there, you see her freshly preparing some cards for the day's sales. She seems a little bit on the cheerful side as she welcomes you. You're not sure if she's being actually authentic or if she's trying to just put on an act. But as you look around, the shop actually looks pretty well taken care of. In fact, it looks more sorted out and organized than it had been in a while. And one thing in particular stands out to you. You see a Galaxy deck sitting on one of the shelves.
I'm here to sell some.
Can you say that again? I heard you say something, but I couldn't hear you.
Hey, yeah, I'm here to sell some cards.
Yep, we should probably actually.
If you want to mumble, I'd say just say mumbling, but then say verbalize because.
I'm here to sell some cards. I'll just talk normal then.
Oh, sure. What cards are you gonna sell? I'll be over at your table just for simplicity.
I'll just hand the cards over to her.
Yep.
Yeah.
They're on top of my mom.
They're on the photo of your mom. Okay.
Yes.
Oh, this card at the way bottom, man. This one here, this Mrs. Oliver's mom. That's a super ultra fudge coated chocolate mega super rare card.
Yeah.
It's worth 10 duel points.
There's more I can say about other cards. Yeah.
But if you had the Korean version, you know, the one with the special Korean hat, that's worth 12.
So that's where she got it from.
Yeah, get rid of Prohibition. No one likes it. It didn't work either. I'm laying these out all nice.
Well, I was doing it a certain way.
I'm sorry. I just like to have things look pretty.
I can offer you 7 duel points. Surprisingly, 1 for each card. That wasn't what I was going for, but it happened.
Just for each.
In all honesty, there's a couple of these that I'm kind of fudging the value on because I'm normally not supposed to accept them for less than being basically 10 cards together for one.
You know, I'll just take it, whatever.
I'm sorry that I couldn't offer more.
No.
With that, she takes the cards and 7 duel points are transferred to you.
Yeah, let's
Is there anything else?
Yeah, that deck right there. Point to the Galaxy deck.
Galactic Revolution. Yeah, we just got a couple of those in the last shipment.
You think you can hold one for me?
Sure. She walks around the counter and picks it up. And she walks right on back and just puts your name on it. Just be sure to come back whenever you have the duel points, okay?
Yeah. stay around, and I'll just leave.
All right. With that, you head on out. I assume getting ready to head to class, right?
Yeah.
Jesse. As the door closes behind Oliver, Jesse is stirred from his rest. After reflecting over the past couple days, Jesse resolves himself on improving so that he doesn't drag down the party, like he did yesterday. And he sets his mind to improving his deck and getting used to dueling so that he's better at the game. His first goal is to get a job at one of the libraries, and so he messages Kells asking how to do so. He directs Jesse to go to the office and ask about it, since he didn't need special permission to get a job at the Raw Library, seeing as Slifer's libraries don't really have an actual librarian, aside from the mailman at the upperclassmen dorm. From the main offices, Jesse fills out some paperwork and is given his schedule. Alongside the pay he gets, he also receives access to Raw's library materials, such as books, DVDs, and so on, but he can only check out up to 2 things at a time. Just something that you might want to keep in mind for future sessions.
Son of a bitch, Andy still has that book.
You would find out if you ended up going there that it had been returned.
Okay. I just remembered Yuri on motorcycle.
It was
Wait a minute, Shios.
oddly enough, it was returned the day she confessed to Roth. In all seriousness, it probably was actually.
So,
Oh no, that's very sound logic.
So, Ayumi, I assume you head to class after dealing with the 5-0 and getting showered and into a change of clean clothes?
Yeah, and having the doc look at my arm and say, "Yep, that is still in fact an arm."
Alright, so everybody ends up heading to class without much fuss. During the day,
we
everything
don't.
goes pretty smoothly. Andy does avoid the group as much as possible, and neither Jesse nor Oliver really seem to complain.
I think I have to hand her back her deck, so that's probably something I have to do.
I mean, you don't have to.
Don't have to.
Actually, during dueling class, everybody roll me luck.
Which stupid dungeon dice should I
Is
use?
this where I get
Which
another
one?
net one?
Choose your
Oh.
fate.
I'll use this one.
Except that's not a net one, but you know.
Yeah,
So this
5.
is luck.
This one's recorded.
That's an unnatural 20.
That's an 8 there, boss.
Ayumi,
Yeah.
you end up being paired up with Andy for the duel for today.
Oh.
However, and I assume during this time you hand her back the cards.
Yeah.
During the duel, she doesn't even play a single card during the entire thing.
And the entire time, Ayumi's yelling at her for just giving up. That's no.
However, this would be treated as being a quote unquote win, but you literally win the whole thing with just insert one card, any monster of your choice. Because it doesn't make a difference.
In that case, let's choose Proto Cyber Dragon.
Should have done Larva.
You're gonna give the bootleg some love.
Yeah.
And that's
And then
fair.
it probably would have just been more monsters like Proto and then Core.
And after the duel, go ahead and mark yourself with a +1 win on that. Yes, I know that it's that was technically a low luck ended up getting the duel encounter, but I was looking at it more from character perspective, not benefit perspective.
Okay.
After the duel, Andy gets reprimanded by the teacher for not taking the class seriously, and she's made to duel again, this time against Caleb. Unless you guys actually care to know details about that, I'll move onward.
Does she win or lose, or does she even play a damn card?
She loses. She plays a couple cards, but you see the only cards that get played are... You recognize one of them right off the bat. Winda, Priestess of Gusto.
And that's all she saw. Okay, yeah. Plenty to yell at her about then.
That afternoon, after rushing through Elle's quote-unquote class, Ayumi sees Andy leaving before receiving a message. Before Ayumi gets a message from Andy saying, "Heading to the dorms. Please don't follow. I need a minute to myself." Do you want to send a response back? Tell her hell to the no? What?
Send her a response back is like, fine, but this is not going to be a thing, okay?
She sends back a thumbs up. With that, Ayumi decides to call out Alistair to ask him about what he knows about Shadalls.
Yeah.
Can somebody just bring Alistair over to, let's just say, boom, because I don't feel like, there we go.
There.
I lost my Alistair.
Oh.
Here, have a free
looks like-
Alistair.
Yes.
So you want to know what I can tell you about Shadal?
Yeah.
It's not too terribly much, I'm afraid, but I do have some information, mostly just clips of text from the specific spirit realm that was affected by them. He ends up pulling out a book just literally out of the ether. And I tried translating it as best as I could, so bear with me.
I've heard worse, don't worry.
In the terminal realm, there were two gods, Sophia and Tierra, one whose power is creation and the other destruction. All life in this world belongs to one of these two gods and is channeled through the Naturia sacred tree, the Tree of Beginnings. When somebody dies, their body and soul would be returned to the tree where they would await a form of rebirth, if you will. The Shadal are beings formed from a primordial artifact known as Shadal Core, the primordial core of shadow possession, which gives birth to shadows that absorb light, which is what we call the Shadal. El Shadal Construct, for example, once was a member of the Gem Knights, and she uses the shadow strings to control manifested shadows in order to extend this power and influence. Each of the Shadal are those who have lost their lives and were supposed to be reincarnated through the sacred tree. However, they were transformed into hollow shells without a fully formed independent consciousness. These beings, once coded to be life imprinted with Sophia's power, were warped through the power of Tierra and the Shadal core to be manifestations of Tierra's power. Shadal Construct uses the power of the core to fill these vessels with its energy, giving them true life to roam as the living once more. But there was one of these Shadal that, even in its corrupted state, still had an imprint of Sophia's energy coursing through it, which was necessary for Tierra to gain control over the Tree of Beginnings, El Shadal Winda. She was revived by Tierra through her servant El Shadal Construct, specifically to serve this purpose. At some point, something known as the Qliphoth system was executed, causing the Naturia tree system to malfunction. With the aid of this system, the surface life was seemingly able to defeat El Shadal Construct, but afterwards the Qliphoth system detected El Shadal Winda as an impossibility, a mortal life with the aura of a god. It attempted to purge the world of all life to cleanse the anomaly, and with that, that's pretty much all I have.
Unfortunate that's all, but that's all very good information. I have a follow-up, though.
And that is?
How do you kill it?
Well,
You think enough of these gems would work? It just shows her or shows Alistair the gem that when Andy touched it, burnt her dual spirit ass pretty bad, or whatever it is.
in all honesty, I don't know if those would end up killing it. In all honesty, El Shadal Construct, at least the one that you face now, is probably more like a dual spirit in the same vein as myself, as in it's 100% a spirit. Unlike, he takes a moment to pause before continuing, her. As for if you can kill Construct with that gem, it's entirely possible. It does absorb spiritual energy when empty, so if you have others that are empty, it's not unreasonable to think you could do that. but that would only kill this fragment until it has been recharged by its duelist. A temporary solution resulting in futility. The original would still be alive in the spirit world, and as for being able to continue seeing duels, well, yeah.
Yeah,
As for
and
being, as for being able to continue seeing dual spirits like me, you can probably use the energy gathered from that in order to repeat the process that got you your eye in the first place. So
well,
it works out as a
good.
win-win in that regard. But that doesn't guarantee that it will work in the first place.
Well, that's unfortunate because, well, I have no idea how long this has left. It's only got, maybe 2 stars of the 5 it had, so... Yeah, pretty much I'm not going to be able to join in on these fun conversations that we've had in the past.
I'm not too sure about that, actually.
Really? What makes you say that?
I get the feeling that seeing dual spirits won't be much of an issue for you. Trauma enables and assists humans to see dual spirits in the first place, and seeing as you ended up reliving one of your greatest traumas, assuming that you have the capacity to see dual spirits naturally in the first place, I can't imagine that you wouldn't be able to do so after an experience like that, regardless of your eye. Well, but alternatively, as I said, you could just recharge it and then repeat the process like you did last time.
Well, if it's the former, that's a small consolation, I suppose. But if it's the latter, I'm sure I can find more.
Is there anything else?
No, but if you know how to kill a god, let me know, because I would love to have that information on hand.
How to kill a god?
What, isn't that what the construct basically is at this point?
Construct herself isn't. She's just a emissary of a god. Construct just serves under Tierra. Tierra would be the one who is technically the god of the situation. However,
Well, either way,
let me look into that. I might be able to come up with something.
yeah. Because killing the tool without dealing with the one wielding it, that does nothing. That just leaves him open for a new tool to be grabbed. Take care of the problem at the source.
Well, there is something. The way I see it is, if we can come up with a way that would kill Tierra, we could at the very least assume that it would kill Construct. And the alternative to that is, if this Construct's duelist is no longer a problem, neither will the Construct itself. If you want to talk about getting back to the source, the duelist is the way to go.
Huh. You know, I've always been alright with the idea of killing people, especially those that deserve it. But this is the first time I've been fully on board.
Well,
So,
there's more
I
than
know
one
what I need
way
to do
to
now.
there's more than one way to get rid of the duelist, but
Yeah, but there's
that
only
would
one way
work
to
as
make sure
well.
they don't come back. Yep, it's the only way to make sure they won't come back.
With that, the two of you just exchange some final words before Alistair ends up vanishing, leaving a pensive Ayumi to ruminate on this information before continuing the rest of her day, with asking her gang to look into Shadal lore, as well as doing some training in dueling.
Yeah, the off island gang, not the Andy, because
The Andy is
it's
unavailable.
gonna get a little confusing.
Just assume that if I say gang, I'm talking about the people off the island.
I know. I'm
saying that for
clarifying
the
for
audience.
clarification's sake. Yeah.
I'm saying that for the audience sake. Jesse and Oliver end up finishing class, ready to get to work on improving themselves. Jesse takes an aside to call out Alistair and ask him about what he knows about the Shadals. Out of the frying pan and into the fire, huh? He muses to himself before addressing Jesse. So, you want to know about what I can tell you about the Shadal, huh? I just finished answering the same thing for Ayumi. As I told her, I'm afraid I don't know much about them, but I can tell you what I do know. I should probably,
I moved him to Jesse.
yep, I should probably
Yes.
skip back over to Jesse myself.
Yeah, because I'm not Jesse.
I should get over to Jesse.
Anyhow, so that yes, I assume was to Alistair.
I said yes.
Okay. Alistair ends up taking the time to share with you the exact same information that he just shared with Ayumi, so that audience isn't bored by me repeating it all. There's of course more to it than that, but this is all that I've been able to find out on my own, and it should provide answers to most of your questions, Jesse. Is there anything more that you need to know specifically?
No, but this is something you should know. Hello?
Is it the sound of silence?
I mean,
Yeah, we could hear it.
we can hear
Good.
you, it's just you stopped after something that you should know.
Oh, I thought you were gonna respond. Okay, never mind.
I was waiting for you.
Oh, okay. You remember that red-haired girl when we were at the labs?
Yes, and before you say a word about that, I already know.
Hmm.
It wasn't too hard to figure out.
No, but
However, there's a time and place for everything, and then was not the time.
Thanks, Oak.
So, if there's nothing else that I can do for you, I've been given an interesting research project by Ayumi, so I'm gonna go work on that for a minute. And if there's anything else that I can do, feel free to call for me. And with
Okay.
that, he poofs away. I.e., whoever's Alistair that is, go ahead and take him.
Mine. Come over here, you somewhat useful shitty magician.
After talking with Alistair, Jessie decides to go visit Lee since she uses Shadalls in her Alistair deck, and see what she can tell him about them. Just because it would be totally inappropriate to have the teacher in the student's room.
Scandalous.
Oh my.
We
Teacher
need
in
the floating
stage.
half chair.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's the only chair that will do.
Yeah.
Have a seat. Oh.
On the floor.
Oh, she's missing the plushie. There we go.
My
Oh,
favorite
wait,
plush.
I thought you meant it's missing the plushie.
Of course. The life size.
That's new.
Yeah, I'm getting that out of there.
Okay, so. Shadalls, what do you want to know about them exactly?
I don't know. I heard about them and I remembered you used them, so I guess just whatever.
Well, they're a fusion-based archetype that makes use of the flip effect mechanic. She'll hold out a Shadal dragon to show you. When a Shadal's flipped face up, one of its two effects will activate. When they're sent to the graveyard by a card effect, the other effect activates. However, Shadalls have it designed so that only one of their effects can activate per turn, and only once that turn. So let's say two Shadalls have different names. You can use both of their flip effects, or both of their non-flip effects, or one of each. Just, you can't use two effects from multiple cards sharing the same name. While the deck can be quite powerful, the thing that draws most people to it is how they have high synergy with one another and work as a pretty solid engine in most decks that use the graveyard. Additionally, fusion decks like your hero deck, for instance, can use them quite effectively. If the duelist wants to focus on the dark attribute, it makes it even better. Does that help?
Are any of these cards dual spirits? Because if they are, I'm curious to see how they act, since they're like puppets. They like act on their own or not.
She'll fan out her cards, and just you get the general idea that nothing's coming out. Not any of my cards are dual spirits. I don't really duel often enough for them to be.
Oh. Oh well. Oh, I think that helped me out plenty with Shadal's.
Is there anything else that I can do for you?
Do you have any tips that can help you with my deck?
Well, quite simply, all decks revolve around one core rule. Find what you want to focus on and devote everything to it. Hero decks are unique in that they can diversify their resources a lot better, but that strength is also a weakness in and of itself. There's they're good at a little bit of everything, so they don't particularly excel at anything. You can offset this with cards like Skyscraper to make the deck more beatdown focused, or Mirror Force cards to give more control. But by doing so, you're going to be sacrificing some of the main deck's fidelity. So be sure to build the deck by responding to what it tells you at once. Don't just trust others for that answer, not even yourself. Even aside from dual spirits, cards have a life of their own, begging to be played and begging for their duelists to hear them. With that, be sure to keep paying attention in class. You may learn some new tricks if you do. Enjoy your day, Jesse.
Thanks, Professor.
With all of that said and done, Jesse heads out and gets some duels in. Oliver heads over to visit Angel at the Raw dorm. I feel like I have Angel already out somewhere.
No, you don't.
I
Meanwhile,
doubt. Press X to doubt.
meanwhile, I think I figured out why my internet was so ass. I kind of forgot I was downloading Mafia 3.
You kind of forgot that you were downloading way too much porn.
I mean,
that's a given.
Look. How else you gonna sell it on the black market? The black book market.
Also, I'm confused why you were meeting her at the Raw dorm, by the way. I just I realized
You
that like
said you-
as I was writing this, but it's like she's a slifer now.
Meeting at the raw dorm to rub it in. You used to be here, but then you.
We can say that you ended up meeting her in the courtyard. Make it easy. Make it less. Make it not the insult. Oliver heads over to visit Angel in the front courtyard. Hey, I just wanted to see how you're doing. You kind of ran off without saying much, and I was kind of worried something may have happened.
Yeah. Sorry about that. I'm okay.
Alright, if you're sure. So, are you up for just hanging out for a bit? The game room just got some new food in the vending machine, and the Raws still sort of let me stop by every now and then, so it's
You have
definitely
a
worth
game
checking
room?
out. Yeah, the Raw dorms do. I actually still kind of have my key for it. She holds up a set of keys.
I see. Yeah, let's go.
All right.
Um,
Oh,
uh, for the whole beach thing, it looks like that's not gonna be happening for I guess a while, because none of us is really up to the mood for it.
I mean, if you want to cancel, that's fine.
That's fine, but I mean, we could probably replace it with something else. And are you free Sunday?
Well, I mean, I was originally going to be going to the beach with you, so if that's been canceled, I guess technically my schedule opened up.
Then I guess it's a date then.
Sure. And with that, as she accepts your date invitation, the two of you just end up chatting about it, eventually deciding to go with like just a picnic. And you guys end up making it over to the raw dorms, and you just get waved in by a couple of people that you recognize, such as Sean.
Sean!
She opens up the game room, you end up seeing there's quite a few people in there, but two of you end up hanging out and enjoying a good time. You end up overhearing somebody say, "No, nobody tell Kells that the vending machine's stocked again."
I think he already knows.
And with that, after all of that is said and done, Oliver heads back to the dorm and ends up sitting down at the desk with his Millennium necklace, and just spends some time wearing it, trying to get a better understanding of how it works before going to bed.
Am I alone in the room?
For now, you're certainly seeming like it.
Okay. Let's say a thing with Jesse.
Well, I mean, Jesse would eventually come in, so if you want
We'll finish
to,
his thing before.
well, I mean, his thing's done for the day. He's doing duels, and then he'd be heading back in.
Yeah. How does this look on me?
Wait, are you asking me?
Yeah.
Oh. It's different.
Like a good
Never-
different.
Most people don't wear, Egyptian powerful necklaces, so I don't really know.
How do you know it's Egyptian?
That is
You can rock it.
Oh. Thanks,
It's
man.
unique.
I don't know, I'm not used to wearing this kind of stuff. I know it's too tight to the neck.
Maybe you can hide it.
Maybe like during winter, like a scarf. That'd be the easy way. Or I had like a hoodie, maybe.
So, I mean, I hate to cut this riveting conversation short.
Yeah, I
But
mean,
we kind of just got done with one day. Granted,
also-
this picks up pace as days go on, but still.
also winter on a tropical island.
It's still on Duel Academy.
Duel Academy. I mean, we got there in April and it was like 70 degrees.
I'm saying when it comes up.
Anyways,
All right. Well, the next day, Ayumi does her training as usual and takes her medicine, and she does so during each following day unless specified otherwise, which
Yep.
it never gets specified otherwise. Around lunchtime, Kel sends Jesse a message saying, "New flavor in the vending machine. Want to try it out?" Attached to the message is a photo of a can of soda with the flavor labeled as chocolate-covered strawberry. Jesse accepts with a message saying, "How could that not be amazing? I'll be there," and meets with Kells during this time over at the dueling arena, bringing his lunch with him. They both learned that day that some things are better in theory than reality. After class, Jesse goes to the Raw Library for his first day of work. Ayumi goes to get some duels in, and Oliver meets up with Melody to see if she can check out the scrapes and abrasions he accumulated through the lab incident. By this time, Oliver's wounds have mostly healed, but a couple of them have minor infections. You know, the type where someone who isn't used to them wouldn't really notice at first, but someone who's used to it would. Melody.
So I go, hey, you got infection.
I mean, he's also always wearing a freaking long sleeve blazer, but whatever. Yeah,
Yeah.
you can see through clothes, certainly. Yeah. Melody does encourage Oliver to go to the nurse, but he refuses. She then offers to at least supply some ointments that should help with the infection. She finishes giving Oliver a mostly empty bottle to continue applying the ointment in the mornings for the next day or two, which he does. With that, Oliver goes back to the dorm to continue studying the Millennium Necklace. Friday morning, Ayumi, Andy is gone again. You do your routine before heading for school. Jesse, you receive a message on your PDA. It's from Andy. Hey, can we talk? I'll be in front of the dorms. I understand if you want nothing to do with me, but it's important.
How long will it be? I'm pretty busy today.
I just need a minute. If you want nothing to do with me after that, I swear I'll leave you alone and never ask anything else.
Yeah, I can be there.
At the meeting, as soon as you walk up to her, you see her bow holding out a little box in her hands. I'm so sorry. I know there's nothing I can ever do to make things right, and I don't expect you to forgive me. I don't want forgiveness. I don't deserve it, but I want you to have these. Please accept them at the very least. As you open the box, Andy is still bowing, her voice shaking and tears pouring to the ground. Inside, you see the following cards: Elemental Hero, Absolute Zero, Shining Flare Wingman, and Miracle Fusion.
He sighs. Andy, I know. I know it wasn't your fault for what happened. Don't beat yourself up over it, but thanks.
Andy's body just starts shaking violently as she stands up straight, looking you square in the eyes. Her eyes big and watery, her face bright red as she speaks. No, more like she yells. Please, don't say that! Yell at me, hit me, something! Don't just say it's okay! I did something horrible to you, and I'm already tired of it being treated like it's no big deal. Ayumi won't say anything about it. She just keeps acting like nothing's changed, but it has. I can't make up for any of it. Nothing I can do can make it right. I don't want you all to act like it's all okay because it isn't. She just falls to her knees and starts crying into her hands. Nick and a few other people during this time step out of the dorms, seeing everything that's going on. Aside from Nick, most of them just head back into their dorms to do it and continuing doing their things. Nick just sits down on the stairs looking at his PDA. I want to do something, if for nothing else, to apologize for almost killing you. So please say something, do something. Don't just let it be okay, because it's not. It can't be okay. She just continues crying, her hair shifting from black to green before going back to black. A calm wind whisking around the two of you, Nick still being Nick. After a moment of just awkwardness, Jesse stands there, not really knowing what to do as this girl is weeping in front of him. A message from Nick sounds on his PDA. I should probably tell you what I saw back at the lab. It may help you. Come over here whenever you're ready to hear.
After reading that, he just sighs again and Jesse crouches down to Andy's level. I mean, you're right. It is a big deal what happened, and you did try to kill me. But none of it would have mattered if I had been stronger, so it's just as much as on me as it was on you. So don't think this is all your fault because I was too weak to do anything about it. And you just walk on over to Nick.
Andy just stays there crying for a minute before reluctantly getting up and walking over to her tree. So yeah, we all seem to have seen something different. No duh, right? Well, what I saw, however, wasn't really anything traumatic like you, Ayumi, or Leah seem to have seen. What I saw was a little girl being ripped apart by nightmares, whose on reflection made her angry, but she wasn't able to understand why. There were things she did to herself, even as young as she seemed to be, that were just awful to watch happen. Even going as far as mutilating herself, ripping off skin from her shoulder blades and joints. And that was honestly the least painful part of what I saw. I'm not going to tell you how to treat her. That's on you, Jesse. But she's been carrying this grief around for a long time. The least that she should get is a true answer from you. If you want her to stop being so sad about it, give her something so that she can move on. Just being understanding isn't going to be enough. Tell her what you truly feel, not just about what happened, but about her as well. If for no other reason than so you can come to terms with how this is affecting you also, because it's clearly having an effect on you too.
He's just gonna shake his head. What I told her was the truth. If me or my father had been stronger, then none of this would have happened. It's because we were too weak that this happened. It's just as much as our fault for not being able to defend ourselves when we should have.
Sure, that's what you know, but can you honestly say that is what you're feeling?
It doesn't matter how I feel if it means I'm denying the truth. I wish it could be that easy, but it's not.
Who says you have to deny the truth? As he says this, a purple number 91 appears on the right side of his chest as he continues. Reality and your feelings can be in direct conflict, but as long as you are honest with yourself, neither has to be denied. The 91 shatters away before Nick resumes. But that's just my 2 cents, baby. I merely thought I should tell you what I know. What you do if that information is on you. She shared her feelings with you, even for as messed up as things have become. I think it's only right for you to do the same. But I also understand if you don't. With that, Nick gets up and stretches, his stomach audibly growling for a moment as he does. I'm gonna go get something to eat. I'm starving. Before Jesse can respond, he heads towards the Cypher lunchroom, waving as he walks away.
Jesse will look back at Andy, and he'll just give like a slight frown, because he's just staring, and he realizes even if he were to go back and talk to her, he wouldn't know what to say or do, so he just walks away.
As Jesse is on his way to class, he receives a message from who he presumes by now to be Leah. I won't be free for the next few days. Hal wants me to put in overtime at the shop. I've traded one dungeon for another. Send help! At the end, there's a little crying emoji. Shortly after Jesse finishes reading it, Wheeler's app tries to delete it, but before it does, Jesse manages to send a reply saying, "Looks like I'll have to come and visit." During class, Ayumi, you hear Professor Lee say the following words before leaving for the day. Now, I know it's the weekend, but please, study hard. Knowledge is as valuable as a river in the desert. Don't waste the opportunities in front of you. After class, Jesse goes to work, then does some dueling afterwards. At one point, he receives a message from Mimi saying, "Have you seen Damien? He's been missing for the past few days." Ayumi does some research on Shadal's and gets some dueling in. Oliver spends some time dueling before writing a letter back to his mom. In it, he asks how she's been, tells her about how he just went through something rough without really going into detail, and asks if he ever mentioned seeing a dog when he was a kid. His last sentence in the letter is that he loves her and will write again soon. Saturday morning, all your PDAs go off, alerting. Yes, Jake?
The whole thing with Ayumi, you kind of glanced past that. This was Friday.
Yes. During class,
Read the letter real quick. The one that I sent.
Okay, yeah, I can read through the letter.
Yeah, you missed it.
If I can find it.
I thought that was the PDA notification, like that's annoying.
Yes, that is annoying.
Okay.
You know
you
what?
didn't.
You read it since you're actually the one who wrote it. Because
Yeah,
that would have technically
okay.
been more appropriate to have read at the time that you slipped it.
Yeah, that's
anyways.
kind of what I was like. You kind of glanced past it, and this also depends on when you want to have the meeting happen, because at this point, it's... The letter reads, Lee, word has been spread that you're looking to get an operation running on the island, so that if you're officially cut off from your drinks, you still have a way to get the sauce. And, as it so happens, I know someone who's intimately familiar with distilling a few types of brew. Now, while I'm certain that you're interested, I'd not like to send out my intermediary without confirmation. So if you are interested, during each of your classes, somehow work in the phrase "river in the desert" to confirm your willingness to work with me. If I don't hear any confirmation from my network by Friday, I will assume that you are not interested, and the offer will be retracted. However, if you are as interested as I suspect, I will send out an intermediary to discuss further with you the details of this offer. If this is the case, be in your room between the hours of 5 to 9 p.m. for up to a week after you confirm interest. We will contact you during that time. Think carefully about this offer, as I'm certain that you're not going to be given such a straightforward invitation again. Signed, an interested business partner.
All right, now can I move on to mail day?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just one of those things that you glance past and it's like, why was that one phrase important?
That's fair. That is super fair. I understand that.
Yep. So, go ahead.
Would have been a lot more natural to include that in, anyways, if we had just read that during the time you slipped that under her door.
Yeah, I didn't have it written though, so that's on me.
No, I get you. I'm just saying. I'm saying for the sake of the audience, for why we're not doing it. Why it's weird. Anyhow, Saturday morning,
Mail.
all your PDAs go off alerting you that you have mail in the mailroom. Ayumi, you receive a letter from Majima, who's checking in on you. In it, he says he sent a letter instead of just texting or calling because, quote, handwritten letters are just feel better for this kind of thing. He asks about how things are going and if you're working hard. Standard father figure questions when worrying about their daughter being away from home. You also receive a box from Kota with 3 small flasks of whiskey layered between t-shirts. The shirts themselves seem to be nothing special, just with basic designs on them like love and game on. Finally, there seems to be another smaller box inside. As you open it up, you see a multi-tool knife. On it, there's the standard screwdriver, bottle opener, corkscrew, fingernail clippers, file, a miniature wood saw, and a miniature metal saw, as well as pliers.
And a knife.
There was no room for the knife. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, the knife's part of it too.
Here, I sent you a knife. It has everything except for a knife.
There was no room for the knife.
Then you designed a bad knife.
Jesse, you receive a letter from your mother. Do you even read it?
No.
Alright, Jesse throws out the letter immediately. Oliver ends up holding off on getting mail in favor of dueling as much as possible, which is pretty much what he does every day if I don't mention him doing anything of major note. Jesse goes to work for an early-ish double shift. Afterwards, he heads back to the dorm to talk with legendary fishermen in private. So, Nick, GTFO.
Oh shit, did I ever specify when I was going to be meeting Lee? Fuck, I don't remember if I did that or not.
No, you didn't. So, I mean, we can end up... we can play that out a couple ways. Like, I didn't even think of it.
Yeah.
We can play it... You can honestly play it out. I'll just send them to you via message real quick.
Yeah, just, I literally just thought it. I was like, oh! We planned literally everything else. For this skip that needed to be planned, everything else that did require, like, a role that we didn't know about at the time. So, yeah. Hello again, Tack. How you doing?
Alright, I sent you the message. I mean, you can, of course, make it more tactful than that, but...
Let's do the former.
That's what I figured. Okay, I'll try and give a little bit of an opening for each day for you, if there's one available.
Yeah, I mean, if not, today is pretty open as far as I'm aware.
Yep,
for me,
for
at
the most
least.
part, they are. So Jesse and Legendary Fisherman. Can you bring the Legendary Fisherman over into your room?
Right. Oh no, he fell over. He's fallen and he can't get up.
I mean, I
Sure
didn't
to
think
have
it was
life alert.
geriatric just yet.
Uh-oh.
Also, that's a very flattering angle there, Flannery. Directly down.
It's bird's eye view. Yeah, I'm gonna do that too.
He changed it. I
Barnacles.
have to call him out on that because otherwise he forgets.
Yeah, well, there's a small issue. For some reason, I can't find. Where is it? There it is. All right. So, as you summon Legendary Fisherman, he just stands forth. Did you need something?
I want to talk to you about some things.
He just sits down on the desk. In fact,
Let's wrap, son.
well,
You were a card of my father's, right?
that I am.
So you must have known him pretty well.
I'd say of most of the other dual spirits in the deck, as well as people that knew him, I probably knew him the best.
Good. Well, because one of the main questions I want to ask you is that green symbol that appeared on his forehead in the duel with Winda. Do you know what that was?
I want you to roll me charisma.
Do I get advantage because I'm his son?
I just realized that's a really bad card for, like, the seal is such a bad card nowadays. Back when special summoning was a rare thing.
Unless I have the anime version.
Like
Mhm.
Jesse's dad did. And
That would
I
be a
never did give you an answer. Yes, you do. But
Oh, I
not
do?
because you're Legend Daddy's son, no, because you're Vince's son.
That's what I meant.
Or that was his name,
But
right?
yeah.
Vincent, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
come on! That's a 10.
Well, your previous one was a 6, so that'd be 11.
No, I think I have a +4 to charisma.
Oh, I thought. Sorry, I was thinking. Okay, yeah, you're good. So still, 10's still gonna be enough, at least for some of the details. Yes, that's something referred to as the Seal of Orichalcos.
Seal
Personally, I wasn't fond of him using it. But
Why?
there are certain things in this world that are powerful. And the more power something has, the more easily it can corrupt someone. And that was one such thing. There was another member of your family. He hasn't been around for a while, but he allowed that to corrupt him to his core. And I feared the same would happen to your father. However, as I'm sure you saw in that vision, at the end of it, the shard of the seal of Orichalcos that he had around his neck shattered at the end of the duel. That only happens when somebody's soul is still pure, not corrupted by its power. In a way, I think it might have been easier for him had he ended up letting himself give in. Because had that happened, his soul wouldn't have been devoured.
Hmm.
Is that all?
Well, since you clearly know him better than I ever did, like, did he like, I don't know, what was like his past, I guess, or like stuff, I don't know, like any red flags?
Red flags, as in.
Like anything, because like you were mentioning like that the seal could like could have like corrupted his soul and everything. Did he do like anything else that could have put him at risk?
Hmm. The closest thing that I could think of was that number card he had. However, at first, all it did was make him more aggressive. But in a way, that aggression would be channeled in a way that he could also be productive. So, on the one hand, you could say that his number card was another such factor. But I think the fact that he only ever used the seal when it was something that mattered, when it was his life or the lives of somebody else in danger, shows that he wasn't an easily corrupted person.
I just have one more question for you. Um, do you ever have any idea how someone like my mom would be able to contact a dual spirit to have them kill anyone?
Roll me charisma with disadvantage.
Come on. Okay. Too bad this is disadvantage.
I'm glad it's disadvantage.
Oh, come on! That's a 7. I'm so sad.
With that, he
Ted.
just ends up shrugging. I'm sure that if there was something that I knew about that, your father probably wouldn't want me to tell you. So, I am afraid that I'm not going to be of any more help.
Wait, did he say if he knew?
He did say if he did know.
I want to roll for bullshit.
Go for it.
I can't wait till you get a nat 1 and the sad Naruto music
I believe
plays.
I believe I have a net
It'd be
+7 for
instinct.
this.
Yeah, but nat 1 supersedes all. That's a nat 20.
That's 20, I know.
Give me a second for how to word this. Not only do you get the feeling that he said that what he was saying was true, and that if he did end up knowing, then he would certainly be certain not to tell you because he knows that Vincent wouldn't want you to. But beyond that, you're getting the feeling that he is hiding something, regardless of if he's hiding the fact that he does know how, or if it's a matter of he knows something connected to it. You're not going to be able to ascertain that much, but you can definitely get the feeling there is something being hidden.
He'll just respond with, "It's fine, I know you're just carrying on my father's wishes." That's about it. That's all the questions I have for you. Thanks.
If there's any way I can help you, let me know. With that, he ends up fading away.
Any way he can help Jesse, how would have Legendary 3 show up in his hand every so often?
Relatable.
Go ahead and put him back in with your bag.
Oh,
I'm sorry, I had to make that joke though because it's so applicable.
Anyhow. Well, I mean, now that he officially has access to Legendary Fisherman as a dual spirit, he can put any of the forms into his Destiny draw deck and spend a Destiny draw deck to pull it. So
Yeah.
Alright, so then with that, for the most part, Ayumi's going to spend the rest of her day responding to messages from her gang asking about how things are at Duel Academy, and responding to some of them talking about their experiences. At one point in the day, Ayumi would receive a message from Naomi Nakano. Sorry. Wow. That's some Persona
Yeah,
5 levels of butchering. Naomi
I kept them easy
Nakano,
too.
the member of the gang who could get anything thanks to her connections. The message asks if Ayumi was still wanting help starting a booze operation, to which Ayumi confirms. I'll send something to help start you off over the next couple of weeks. What's the new girl's name again? I'll send some of it in her name to help reduce suspicion. With
Yeah,
that, the wheel of fate starts turning. In regards to that, I'd say this would be the best time to put that little aside in if you want to.
yeah. Let's go and at 8 o'clock, specifically at 8 because it's an hour before the end of the day. Just knock on Lee's door, but beforehand, just doing a little, just like walking up, doing like slight pre-prep for this whole conversation. That is read as turning on an app on her phone to record the conversation and then hiding it in her pocket.
All right.
And knocks on the door.
Come in.
So, your room, okay, I guess. Didn't expect this.
Somehow I did.
Okay, so you just the chair there, or the bed, or what? Where should I?
She just points to the chair.
Okay then. Then just kind of doing a quick like. I guess the best would be just a perimeter check. Anything sus?
Roll me. Roll me perception.
14.
Nothing really seems to be standing out as notably suspicious. I mean, it's not like you can get a perfect look at everything just from where you're
Yeah.
at.
Like then just kind of, this kind of gives you an unfair advantage, and is it possible to just talk in the do this elsewhere?
She shrugs. Where would you prefer? It was you who chose the place.
No, the letter. No, the letter just just so it was easier to find you. Here, just kind of like goes to the like here. How about the equipment storage? That way, it's a little less. Well, it's a little further away from this dorm too, because these, how this place has paper thin walls.
She shrugs. I mean, if that's what you'd prefer, I have no reason not to.
Mm-hmm. And with that, just here. this is out of here, Leah. This is now the storage. And once they're in there, just no one in there, just
Go on.
drop. Just with like the drop of a hat, and we just kind of like, all right, so let's get down to business. You're clearly interested in what's being offered to you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been sent here.
But my question then becomes, why would you be involved in all this? What does a student like you have to gain from bringing someone like me in on such a risky operation?
Well, thinking of it logistically, it's a lot easier for someone who's in the faculty to be bringing in the large quantities of, well, I'm pretty sure you're not going to want to be securing things like barley or anything for something that's a little more obviously towards the alcoholic variety, but a lot easier for someone to get large quantities of apple juice, grape juice. I mean, even I don't know how. I mean, is vodka potatoes? I think vodka's potatoes, but I don't. I don't think we know how to. I don't think anyone knows how to do that. So unfortunately, that one's out. But yeah, it's a lot easier to get that under your guys as opposed to having that sent in by our request.
And what if I were to say no?
If you're to say no, then well, I assume that this meeting has never happened. I don't bring to the chancellor that you were interested in getting students to brew alcohol for you, and you don't bring up that I was sent here to speak to you about this.
With that, she ends up just pulling out a flask from her pocket and takes a drink. I mean, you do raise a fair point. However, what if I were to say, I don't know, go to Red right now and tell him about the fact that you are involved in this, that you know who the leader of the group is, assuming, of course, that it's not you yourself.
Now that's a fair point. However, it's worth noting that I don't think that we want to have that under your watch because you don't seem to have the best standing with Red when it comes to alcohol, so whilst I would not like to do so, I'm pretty sure it'd be more plausible for him to understand that maybe I was roped into this by you.
I'm going to be rolling a quick perception on her end.
Yep.
I want to check something. I'm just going to say this right now. That phone recording in your pocket is currently going unnoticed.
Good.
I mean, I guess you make a good point. And it's not like it's going to be anything different than your word versus mine.
Yeah, at that point, I think if one of us sinks, the other does, so may as well bail together if need be.
Roll me charisma.
Where's my dice? There it is. Oh, that was so painfully close. That's a +9, or no, just +5, so 10. But oh, that was so painfully close to a nat 20.
I'll cooperate for now. However, I don't go through the lower tier grunts. If I'm going to do this, I need a meeting with the boss, whoever he or she may be.
You know, whilst that is a reasonable request, you must also understand that we are the ones who are more at risk during this operation than you. You just got requested by a couple students for a whole bunch of juice for a party, and you agreed to it. You said, "Oh, sure, no problem." Us, however, well, we're doing a bit more of the heavy lifting.
Well, if you take a look at the rules, most of the alcohol restriction rules involve people who are under the age of 18. Now, if your boss is 18 or older, as far as the laws on this island are concerned, they are an adult and they have every right to be producing alcohol. You know how it goes. If there's not a precedent, then most of the time there's not a law.
That being said, divulging that information would be a little more risky, just even giving you a simple confirmation of a yes or no.
Then I guess the ball's in my court now. So, let me pass it back. This is your ultimatum. I want to have a meeting with your boss. If you want me involved, set it up. If you don't need me involved, I can always do things on my own, at the very least for myself.
All right, hold on. Let me just wait right here. I gotta make a quick call. Okay.
Go for it. Go for it.
Walks out, closes the door, checks the recording, makes it, saves it physically on her device, saves it to the cloud, so there's no way in hell it's getting destroyed. And then, just, calls the operator. Uh-huh. Yeah. Okay. Sure. Walks back in. Okay, so the boss will see you now. What is it you wanted to talk about?
That seems a tad on the convenient side. Just roll me a straight charisma roll here.
I mean, and
I'm going to
make
be
no
rolling
bones about
wisdom
it.
on her end.
I was about to say, make no bones about it, Ayumi's means her, not someone else on the line.
Yeah, no, I know.
Ouch. 3. I mean, that's a 7, or an 8, rather, but...
Okay, it's an 8. That'll be sufficient then.
Okay.
It was 8 is literally what you needed.
Good.
Because
Good.
it would have been our rolls had to equal 20.
Ah.
I suspected as much. In that case.
I mean, you don't have much long to worry about this. 17 right now, and January is a scant, 7 months away?
Wouldn't
8,
Ayumi
maybe?
be 16?
If
the rest of her class is 15?
If they're 15 going on 16, she would be 17. If they're 14 going on 15, she'd be 16, yes.
Okay. So then, okay, she's 17. Sorry,
Yeah.
I was just a little off on that.
Yep, I know. It's weird with her birthday.
Well, I'll agree to go along with your plan. However, I don't want any more of this charade.
Of course not.
If you're doing something, I need to know about what it is.
No, of course. This was just to make this, and I'm sure you'll understand. This is to make sure that my ass is covered in case you turned out to be looking to have, I don't know, someone, or especially with your meeting in your room initially, easily could have bugged the joint. You could have had someone from faculty hiding in your closet or something. I don't know.
And how do you know that I didn't expect a change of location? Roll me wisdom.
God fucking damn it!
Go ahead and proceed to answer her question.
Well, it's not outside the realm of possibility, but setting up bugs everywhere, that'd take a lot of time, wouldn't you think?
Well, I mean, it's not like I didn't have some time.
Yeah. The other thing is money, and, well, I've heard through the grapevine how money spending kind of goes on this island, and it's not impossible, but not as likely as one would think.
We literally have a system set up so that we can change the weather at will. You think bugging a place would be difficult? Ayumi would know this too.
Yeah, does a quick like perception to see if anything is around do anything?
I don't know. Give me a perception.
This is where you need a nat 20. That's an 18 plus 1, so a 19.
As you're looking around, nothing's standing out as far as the environment around you. However, you do recognize that she has her phone in her pocket as well.
Oh, so you care to share the phone with the class?
She pulls it out, and as far as you can tell, it's just got a black screen right now. I mean, if you want to take a look at it, go ahead.
Yeah, do you have a password? You want to open up real quick for me, or are you one of the trusting types who doesn't have a password?
You push the button on the screen, and it's actually not even turning on. At least as far as you can tell, it looks like it's dead.
And with a 19 perception, I just want to mind, that was the only thing I noticed, not a PDA or anything or a secondary phone.
I mean, as far as like anything else is going on, unless she's got it like really hidden like in her chest, there's not really anything on hand that would indicate that she's holding something on her that's recording.
Yeah, look, just think of that. Now, unless you put it right between your boobs right there, and if you did, it'd probably be really mumbled. So, yeah. Whilst I can say I'm fairly confident in saying that this will not be a problem. Just, uh, be aware. Just don't end up being the person who ends up having the finger pointed back at them because they tried to, you know, try to eat their cake without paying for it. Because as I didn't detail in the letter, but of course you'd obviously be getting a cut of this. You'd be getting it for free, and you'd be getting a fairly large portion too.
Well, I'll just trust you to not do anything that would jeopardize the operation yourself.
Oh, trust me, I'm not. It's just a matter of, well, making sure that people it's a little tight-lipped, loose lips and all that.
My question is, how many people do you have in on this? Surely it's not just the two of us.
Oh,
I'm not
don't worry
asking for
about that.
names. I'm not asking for names. I'm just curious how far this web goes.
As of now, with something like this, you always want to start a little low-key, but of course you don't use yourself as the primary dealer.
That's actually enough for me to be able to say this. Oh my god, it really is just the two of us.
That's not exactly true. But like I said, if you start small and have something people want, it's only a matter of time. Plus, think of it this way. There's no way that unless I slip up, and trust me, as the one who's leading this, I'm not going to, both of our asses are covered.
If you say so. And as far as that goes, is there anything else that you want to say?
Nope.
Alright.
Just the general's like, alright, so, I'll leave to your discretion what you decide to order. And just, give me a heads up when it should be coming.
Well, at least give me a little bit of time to place an order for some more juice. And if you have anything in mind as far as what you want specifically, be sure to let me know in advance.
Of course, I mean, wine is stronger than, your typical cider, but of course that the final decision is up to you. Basically, anything with fruit can be made into alcohol. Barley would be a little harder to do just in general, but possible. So yeah, I'm pretty sure you have a good idea as to what I'm talking about here.
Oh, I did not mean to click on her.
And she jumps through the roof.
She is through the moon with excitement.
She's ecstatic. She gets free booze, which means she can spend her money on more expensive booze. Anyway.
So, I did not quit jumping. Stay. Heal.
And oh god, fucking hell.
Did Cole die?
Yeah, no, he just fell into AFK.
It moved me to AFK.
I thought you fell asleep, and I was like, ah, shit.
Nah.
Anyway.
Yeah, because we don't have a Flannery sleeping chat in here. We've got just a plain AFK. I should change that.
Anyhow, yeah, with that, Ayumi just kind of goes back to her room and starts cutting that audio so that it really sounds like that Lee was propositioning her, except for something a little worse than what Lee thinks that she'd be in trouble for.
I assume you would have handed her her device back during the.
Oh yeah, of course. No, this is
no.
Yeah, I gave her device back and what? Oh, perception. 10.
Everything's okay.
Yeah, everything's not okay, but there's nothing I can do about that. But yeah, I have a little more dangerous thing going on here for in terms of her. Yeah. There's a reason she was acting all sheepish and timid when she was going into Lee's room.
Oh no, I get it. You were trying to put on a good act so that the camera makes it seem like it's.
Oh yeah, like it's all about perspective. So yeah.
So anyhow.
Yeah, unless.
Okay, so
that's actually a good question. Does Andy actively kick me out if I say, okay, no, I'm just doing what's normal, and that is the new normal, which is sleeping in the same bed as you?
I mean, you're gonna have to try, but we're not at the end of the day yet.
Okay.
Jesse visits Leah at the shop for a bit, while Ayumi ends up getting some dueling in of her own throughout the day. To close everything off, Oliver ends up spending a bit more time with his necklace, this time trying to use it to check on Victor. I want Oliver, give me a wisdom. Oliver.
Okay, hold on.
Oh.
Give me a second, where's my dice? Okay, there it is. Do I still do I get my bonus or not? Or
the bonus doesn't come in just yet.
Yeah. 13.
13? Yeah, that would be enough for this one. Where is it? With the necklace, Oliver sees Victor dueling some jerk with an insect deck, who the last thing you see is after he beats one of the opponents, he takes their deck very similarly to what you hear is going on this island. However, this isn't some in the middle of the night shady BS. No, this is in front of the entire thing with everybody watching. And he just stands there and says, "Heh! If you didn't want to lose your deck, you shouldn't have bet it. But nah, you wanted to try and get your hands on my cards. Serves you right, punk." And you see he's got a stack of decks. It's not just like he's taken one or two, but he's kind of got a briefcase full at this point. And Victor ends up stepping up. It fast forwards a little bit, and you'd say you're probably about halfway through the duel. And you end up seeing a pink 28 start illuminating the hip of the creep that Victor's dueling. As it does, he overlays a couple of his monsters and summons number 28 Titanic Moth. As soon as the summon's complete, Victor responds in kind with summoning Ojama Trio, placing 3 monsters on the opponent's field. You didn't think I'd fall for that trick after I just saw you use it against someone else, did you? You must be one dumb bastard if you did. You can't attack directly with that bug of yours if you control other monsters. That's the easiest way to shut you down. As the duel proceeds, Victor's turn comes around and he summons a monster that you actually don't recognize him using. He attacks into the number card, but the opponent just starts laughing. Only a number card can destroy a true number, you idiot. Well, is that so? Then I guess I'll just have to beat you down instead. With that, he activates some other card, which brings out a copy of the same monster from before. The duel fades away, and for a moment, before cutting back to Victor standing over the opponent. So deal's a deal. Give my sister back her cards. Give everyone back their cards. He looks down at the ground and sees the number card at his feet. He reaches down and picks it up. This is the thing that made you think you were so strong? Pathetic. As soon as he says that, Oliver, you see him grip his chest for a moment. A pink 28 appearing on his hip for just a moment before it shatters away. What the hell? He throws the card behind him, it shattering like glass as it hits the ground before evaporating into dust. Oliver, as the visions come to a close, you see the kid just looking around at the bunch of people around him rushing to get back their cards, a look of confusion on his face. The last words you hear being, Where am I? What's going on? That night, we're going into nighttime as far as like going to bed. Ayumi, you
Yep.
want to try and do the whole this is the new normal?
Yeah, basically.
Um, I'd rather have some space, Ayumi. It's just because we've gotten used to that doesn't mean that we have to do it every time, right?
No. However, given that you've had, well, those nightmares, and just kind of, emphasis on those, I just kind of am at the point of expecting to, well, be the one to wake you up when they happen. And
It's fine. I'll deal with it.
just know that now that we know, you can tell us. You don't need to just ignore those and, deal with them on your own.
Roll me charisma. And where's Andy so I can put her in the bedroom so we're not just you're not talking to a wall. There she is.
That
was
not
Oliver. I saw red, okay? I'm not exactly close
Jesus
up.
Christ, what is with the 5? That's a 10. I've been getting 5s all the time. This is fucking weighted.
I remember you saying that about something else earlier. Where'd Andy go? Oh, she was hidden under the birdie. Oh, wait. I didn't mean to grab Leah. Why is Leah in Jesse's room now?
I mean, it seems kind of obvious if you ask me.
There will be none of that on this Christian server.
We just want to play card games!
There will be no playing of children's card games on a Christian server.
This
Yes,
island is bullshit!
Look, Leo walks up, says, "Hey, Jesse, you want to play a game?" And Jesse's like, "Yeah, bitchin', come on in." "Okay, I found this new game. It's really great. It's called Dungeon Dice Monsters. It's just like Duel Monsters, but it's with dice. Oh my god."
I'm not gonna lie, but she probably would say something like that because I don't think she would have ever played it before.
Oh no, Leah. That's the devil's game.
We're
We
over.
don't play that here.
I got a 10, so
Mm. I get where you're coming from, Ayumi. I really do, but she just starts shaking a bit as she speaks. I don't think it'd be right.
and
And
just
what?
and I assume that means in the whole, yeah, there's a lot of shit between the two of us now, so that doesn't seem good, and not in the just generic, no, this isn't right, we probably shouldn't be sleeping in the same bed.
Yeah.
So Ayumi's like, Ayumi just looks to her dead in the eye. Okay, Andy, look at me. Like, I'm assuming on level at this point, so
Yeah. You two would probably be on floor still.
yeah, on level. Look at me. Is she?
Yep. She'll listen to what you say.
Mm-hmm. Now, I'm actually, I want to roll something real quick, so hold on. 13. Yeah, I'd say that's decent enough. Rolling just perception to kind of notice what's going on with her. It's like, okay, look, I can tell, both with what you just said and the whole, well, you've been disappearing a lot these past couple days. I can tell. There's something going on, and I'm pretty sure we all know what it is. So tell me. Just talk to me right now. What seems to be the problem? Specifically.
I don't know. Take your pick. The fact that I killed your parents. The fact I almost killed you. All three of you could have been dead. Not to mention Nick and Leah. It would have been my fault, and nobody would have known.
Still deadpan, just staring at her. Okay then. So, you're saying that it's your fault that we almost, well, you said died, so I'm going to assume that it was even worse than when I dueled Krista, but okay. So, does that mean it's also your fault that, well, actually, let me rephrase that. Does that mean it was also you who was the one who walked up and gave me a kiss on the cheek, telling me that they kind of liked me? Was that you?
As soon as you say that, she just goes red for a moment and just says, "No, it wasn't."
Okay. And then what about the one who was just walking, who wanted to skip class on Tuesday? The one who wanted to go to the hot springs and just was all around not, well, a completely different person. Was that you?
No, but
And what about the person who was laughing and cackling as she murdered my mother? Was that you?
no, but
No, it wasn't. I heard you. You were in there, in the background, begging, crying, and pleading to not go through with it.
if I had never prayed to Sophia, none of this would have ever happened.
Yeah? Well, unfortunately, there's nothing we can do about that now, other than move forward and deal with the problem at hand. You want me to be mad at you or something? Oh, I can be mad at you, as in that body there. the body that embodies not only my friend, but my worst enemy. But just because I'm mad at the person in front of me does not mean I'm mad at you. I could have killed you. I would have had no qualms if there was anything proving that you were the one who killed her, who killed my mother, without any interference from the Shadal. Anything. And trust me, we would not be having this conversation right now. However, that is not the case. You're different. Completely different. Andy, listen. You are my friend. I like you. You're a good person. There's no way in hell you could have done literally any of that Shadal had. And trust me, I'm looking into a way to get rid of her forever. And when I find that, trust me, and just puts her hand over her heart, you will be one of the. You're going to be one of the. You're going to be with us when we take that son of a bitch down for good. Be it the dual spirit or the person who controls it.
I just want you to roll me charisma real quick with advantage. Also, I'm going to want you to roll me perception with advantage.
Okay, so minimum for charisma is 15. I'll take the 15. And then perception with advantage. 15 again. So close to an unnatural 20. I'll take the 15s.
Well, as soon as you finish saying that, Andy just runs over and starts bawling into you. Just absolutely, she's an absolute mess right now. She's completely red. You see her hair just starting to flicker between the black and green. And the entire time you hear this, you just hear Nick shouting out in the background, "Sorry guys, sorry babies, they're practicing for a play that they're doing. Sorry, I'll be sure to let them know that they need to do that during the day." You get a knock at the door as Nick delivers the message. "Look, I can't cover for you every time you guys have one of these heartfelt breakdowns. Now, I didn't cover last time when Andy ended up screaming bloody murder, but just try and keep it a little less loud, okay?"
Just kind of like glares at the door, realizes the door's in the way, sighs. Yeah, next time we'll have this surprise conversation out at a time that's more convenient, alright?
Alright, babies, now break a leg out there.
I prefer to break someone else's leg, but you know.
Actually, that's a good question. Would Ayumi end up even knowing what break a leg means in idiom?
That's why I answered with a serious response. I'd rather break someone else's leg.
Okay, I wasn't sure if that was just being snarky or if that was being serious. But okay. Now that I know. Alright, so that night, Ayumi, you have the same dream that you've had in the past of a katana in a cave ceiling. This one felt more lucid, but it worked out the same as the others, with you waking up after having to fight to wrap your hand around it. Nothing beyond that really stands out to you at the time, though. Sunday morning, rain is falling.
Did we just sleep on the floor? Did Andy just like not move? We didn't cover that. Is my only question.
No, I think it's safe to say that at this point you would have been able to, at the very least for tonight, have ended up coaxing her to bed. I could have probably worded that better.
Yeah, you could have.
There's this fact that I'm just thinking right now.
Yeah.
Like, trying to
Okay.
think about
I will
Damien.
cover for you. We got Andy to sleep in a bed tonight, and not on the floor.
Yeah, I've had to stop like 3 moments of Damien trying to look out.
Okay, so yeah, Sunday morning, rain is falling.
Yeah, on Sunday morning, Ayumi receives a message from Mimi asking if she's seen, oh, lo and behold, Damien. To which Ayumi promptly denies.
No, I haven't seen him, thankfully.
Oliver prepares for his date with Angel. Are you going to have the... By the way, that rain is falling thing was me just completing song lyric. It's not actually raining right now. It is overcast, though. Oliver prepares for his date with Angel. Are you going to have the picnic being just using ingredients found at Cypher, or will you spare some DP to get quality ingredients? Great meal for the two of you would be 5 dual points. A good meal for 2 dual points. Food made from Cypher's cafeteria would be okay, maybe, but you'll have to roll to make the food.
Let's go for just a good meal, just 2 DP.
All right.
Just
It's worth noting that this would be just pulling, because you've been doing duels, this would just pull from your final DP total. I'm not even going to make it be a matter of calculating for in the moment. And you would have the DP to spare if you wanted to do that. But if you want to just go with a good one, that's fine. So you're still going with good?
Yeah.
All right. So you'll get a couple of good burgers. Anyhow, in that case, 2 of you go on your picnic. Do you have somewhere in mind, or do you want her to decide?
I want her to decide.
All right. So you follow her, and as you do, she takes you to the tree in the school's front courtyard.
You know, if I had to pick, that would also be my spot. I just want her to choose.
You, as the player, would
Food
recognize
tree.
it as the food tree.
The food tree.
The sacred food tree.
They say if you have a meal underneath this tree with the person you like, you're destined to get a kiss, at the very least.
I brought it over.
Oh, yes. The offering to the Mega Dice. There's. Got her.
The date goes on for a few hours. Is there anything that you want to do in particular during it? Anything that you feel you need to role play out?
No, I won't say that. No.
This goes on for a few hours until Angel has to leave because she's got a group project she needs to help with. So she ends up heading out, but as she's preparing to leave, is there anything that you want to ask in this case?
Yeah. You want to do this again soon?
She gives you a smile and nods. I'd love to. How about maybe next time we borrow some movies from the library and just have a movie day?
I'd like that.
With that, she ends up heading off right inside the school building, waving as she does. During the day, Ayumi, you receive a message from the gang telling you basically what you already knew, that Shaddolls are based on other monsters in the game, and that they end up sending her a list pointing out which monsters each Shaddol is based on. Jake, I'm sending you a link. Can you post it in both chats real quick for anyone who wants to see the Shaddol page to see that list?
That's a thing I can do.
Sending that to you via... Oh, this is a DM.
Yeah. And for those of you who can't just go to the yugio.wikia.com/wiki/Shaddol.
Well,
there.
hey, all right. And with that evening, everyone receives a message from Connor. Hey, tiki party at the beach. You win? No pressure, man. When pressed further by Jesse, for example, he adds in, "Oh, it's actually going to be starting at 7, and we plan on going all night. There's going to be a bonfire and everything. It's mostly us up years, but I thought I'd send the 4 of you an invite before it starts." At one point or another, everyone ends up going. When they arrive, they see people dueling, playing limbo, and playing beach volleyball. A few girls seem to be dancing in grass skirts, and some people are even swimming in the ocean. Music is being played by a group of students using big thematic drums and ukuleles. One's playing a triangle. There's even a section where there's people applying body paint as well as giving out henna tattoos. It's quite the party. Oliver would, of course, arrive first of everyone in the group. Is there anything that I know there's a possibility that you might end up leaving if it doesn't interest you, but there's a lot of things going on and a lot of people around. Anything that you want to do in particular?
Who's all even there
Uh,
besides Connor?
let's see. I mean, I can pull everybody
Connor.
in. Just assume the majority of the people that you've met so far, bar the twins, you see the clones. You see Alexa there looking like doesn't want anything to do with the event, but is sort of just right now has all 3 clones wrapping around preventing escape. No, she's not there. None of them are there. Basically, just assume pretty much every upperclassman you've met, aside from Raph, would be there actually for a certain reason.
Of course.
He's
Who
just
could
there.
forget Iago?
Oh,
He's
and
using the food bowl. He's using the food. The
she's
punch bowl
always
as a
where-
bird bath.
she's always here, but like here specifically.
You see Sean?
My
You see-
boy.
Yep.
You see someone who hates Jesse.
You're really going to be more specific.
Someone who hates Jesse and is a yellow and just refused to talk to him.
Like I said. Get the fuck out of here, Iago.
But Jafar's back.
No one gives a fuck
Wait,
about you.
I did not mean it. I did not mean. No, actually, no.
Or that's
Gale
bad
would be
boy
there.
too. Never mind.
Yeah, Jesse's long lost brother would be there.
He's my long lost brother.
Remember how I
What is
mentioned that
other name
originally
again?
his last name was supposed to be Henderson until you gave me your last name?
Oh, right.
Oh,
I forgot.
me too.
And I fucked up that his last name's not even supposed to be Henderson.
It's supposed to be Hopkins. Then you'll be related to Rebecca. You wouldn't
Yeah.
escape.
And
But
then
yeah.
it was supposed to be Devlin.
But yeah,
Nah, Devlin's too up.
there's a there's a bunch of people that you don't recognize as well. Kyla would not be there.
Are you sure about that?
Kyla's
saying-
not here, but fucking Iago is.
I mean, I'm not the one who put
No,
Iago.
It is.
the reason is this.
Nah, actually,
Oh.
right now Iago's not there.
Okay.
I'll assure you guys of that. No Iago. I don't know why we're still calling him Iago, even though that's not his name, but whatever.
Because
So,
it's
doctor.
faster.
Falco is 2 syllables.
Alright, Fox.
I'm gonna
As
Fox
opposed to Gusto Falco.
as opposed to Falco.
Is he still having like a seizure, by the way?
He does sporadically whenever you see him.
Oh, you mean
Really
the
need to
doctor?
get that fixed.
The doctor's here.
Quick,
Doctor.
Dr.
I
Feelgood.
still-
Dr.
I love
Feelgood,
a
go
good
be
party.
Dr. Feelgood,
Look
go
at my
be a
ghost
librarian.
bird.
Go be a veterinarian.
Jafar's back, damn bird.
See if you can save that seizing bird. I don't see anything. It's in front of
You're
you.
not a good enough doctor. You need to increase your doctor rank.
Anyhow, but yeah, and there's a lot of people that you don't actually recognize. In fact, you'd say the majority of these people are probably upperclassmen you would have never met before. But the people that you do recognize being them. And yes, you guys can technically, quote unquote, interact with the other ones, but it'd just be a cutaway, not really anything.
Yeah, not good.
But first, for now, since we are dealing with Oliver, since he would have been the first to appear, Oliver, you're a bunch of this massive familiar faces.
At first,
And
I'm just gonna look around and like, what the? I'm like, what even the hell's going on? Why are you surrounding me?
They're not actually surrounding you. I'm just saying,
Sacrifice.
you get there and you see a bunch of people.
And then I will see Connor, the person who invited me, and talk over to him for like a few minutes.
He'd end up showing you around to the different things that he thinks that you'd find interesting. For example, he thinks you'd be able to really kill it at the when it comes to the duels and being able to put on a good show. But he also ends up pointing you over to the people playing music, seeing as you are a performer at heart.
I'll just head over to the duels, but don't expect a show.
Man, bummer. Like he says that as you're walking away, but he just seems to take it and roll with it.
Need money.
So you're gonna do a few duels there, I assume.
Uh-huh.
All right. Next up would be. I'd assume at this point it's probably more along the lines of Ayumi dragging Andy as opposed to it being even a voluntary on her part.
Yeah, this is okay. You're being a sad sack and stop it.
You guys get there. You end up seeing. There's a lot of stuff sitting out. Lots of food and drink. You got the tiki torches all over the place. You see Oliver's dueling, and roll me charisma, Ollie.
Okay.
With disadvantage because of personality at the moment.
Great.
You're being a sad sack.
Immaculate, even.
I mean,
immaculate.
You don't need to be in character when you're rolling.
Oh, wow, that's a double 16.
Yeah.
Well, that's a 26.
See, a 1 in 400 chance shined on you. So, all right. Oliver's actually got a pretty good crowd going around him, regardless of if he's not really putting his heart into it.
They just like him for his cards. They're not your real friends, man.
But yeah, I mean, you're seeing a bit of a crowd going over to him. It's not huge, mind you. You've actually seen him have a larger crowd around him. But, you know, it's good, at the very least, you see, it's good that he's not just moping around. He's at least doing something.
Yeah, if he's moping around, have to smack a bitch.
Once you guys get there, Andy's just like, I'll just grab a drink or something and just enjoy the music, I guess. As it starts, is there anything that you want to do in particular?
A quick question, just taking a brief look at the drinks. Is it obvious if it's spiked or not? Because this is an upperclassman party. Of course it's spiked.
Roll me. Well, it's the same thing, so just roll me perception instinct.
Yeah. And if I take a taste, would that also give me advantage?
Well, if you're going to be tasting, then go ahead and have advantage. Sure, that would be reasonable.
13. 13. That one doesn't count, although it should. Damn it. Oh, I need to add those.
From just a sip, you're not 100% sure. Because apparently not everybody's tongue's as sensitive to alcohol as mine, so I gotta adapt for that. But you take a sip and you're not entirely sure, but you think you taste a little bit. You actually taste it from like pour a cup from one bowl, try that, and grab another cup from another, and you think one might be spiked and the other's actually regular for the non-alcoholics. And
Yeah,
maybe
with-
if they get busted, so they can end up covering themselves, saying, "Look, we had a bowl of non-alcoholic for the miners."
Mm-hmm. And I mean, it depends on how much they poured in there, whether or not it tastes. But at that point, it's just like walk over to Connor. Is like, okay, Connor, I'm just confirming. Is there any actual drinks, or is it all just lame ass punch?
Well, I mean, we've got right now all we've been able to get away with really is just getting a little bit to end up making things better, but we don't really have any solid alcohol at the moment. Costs too many duel points.
Oh, really? Now, just you don't know from me, but I've heard rumor around the island that someone's going on, and making making so that that's not going to be the case.
Let me just roll the stupid dice.
I'm not sure if a high number is a good thing or not on a stupid dice roll.
Okay, so that would be.
It's the exact opposite, in fact.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure if you want to be like.
He just looks at you blankly and says, "So you actually heard this, right?"
Yes, I heard. Do I need to roll to realize if he understands what I'm saying?
I mean, you can roll for you can give me a charisma roll to see if you can be convincing on it. He's just a little speculative. He could take it one way or the other.
18, I'm pretty sure 19, or actually 23 on charisma. So yeah, no, definitely heard through the just heard, and well, I have a bit more of a direct channel. I'm keeping that a little to me, keep it on the down low.
I mean, I might end up coming to you for some in the future then. Just let me know when you've got a good supply.
Yeah, I'll just need to, of course, need to have the middleman fee and all that, but of course you understand.
Well, I mean, I guess so, but hey, as long as it's good, I'm not going to care.
Yeah. Good, cheap, or good.
Good,
if it's
fast,
good,
cheap. Pick
right.
two.
Yep, exactly. So, yeah. Once I hear more about that, I'll get you in the know.
Well, I appreciate it.
Yeah, no. Prevents parties from sucking if you end up running out of money.
Well, with that, he ends up smiling, and he ends up just saying, "Hold on." Oh, as you end up walking away, he ends up just also saying, "Well, whoever your boss is, be sure to tell him that he'll have a regular customer on my part."
And then just kind of as she's walking, just does the anime hand wave without looking back. Just keep going.
And as I said, Andy will be sitting around not too far away from where not far from the bonfire itself, which is just getting lit up, and not far away from the musicians either. So
Okay.
she sort of got the best of both worlds in that regard. Jesse, it's around 9. Ayumi and Andy got there around 8. Oliver would have gotten there. What time do you think you would have gotten there, Oliver? 7:15?
I told you
7:30?
7:30.
Okay, I couldn't remember. I was just double checking.
I'm confirming it for you.
So yeah, Jesse, you'd be getting there around 9, give or take. And you end up seeing you see an Oliver dueling, a Ayumi talking with people, probably doing some dueling herself at this point.
Yep. Dueling and or volleyball.
Andy is sort of just sitting by a bonfire, drinking from a red Uno cup. And
damn it, Flannery. Sometimes you get it. Sometimes you get me.
Hey, what? I didn't hear that.
An Uno cup.
An Uno? Oh my god.
A red Uno cup.
Fucking.
Yeah.
The question is, What punch did she grab?
I mean,
This is a very good question.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
Important.
actually roll for her. Just
So you could do like odds and evens. Like odd is alcoholic.
I was just gonna do.
Yeah, but she has
10
bad
or
luck,
under.
though. You have to know she has bad luck.
Well, I'm just gonna go with.
So I feel like I'm just principal, so get it.
Oh,
Okay, so
that one.
She gets it. In fact, I'm gonna roll a wisdom for her just to see if she can prevent getting drunk at the very least.
I
Although
think that'd be more of a con.
well, wisdom is in. Oh, I grabbed the spiked one. Maybe I should avoid drinking too much, basically. But regardless,
Oh.
I'm gonna end up saying that wisdom she is not getting it. Con. Yeah,
She's wasted.
She's blackout.
she's not blacked out,
She's
but
just
she's sort of
head
just
twisting.
like at this point, she's like clinging to Raph, who the poor soul walked over to see how she's doing.
Yeah,
Oh.
I
She's
do
just
think that
clinging
because
to him and
Ayumi.
crying into his shoulder at the moment.
Yeah, I was about to say I do think that because she was kind of dragged by Ayumi would have been keeping like an eye out on her. But seeing that, it's like, yeah, Raph has it. I'll walk over in a bit, but Jesse, your thing, you just showed up.
What a party. Now, Jesse's never been to a party, let alone a tiki party, so he doesn't know what the hell he's doing. He doesn't even know, he's not even quite sure why he agreed to this. But
Why am I here?
Get body paint in the shape of corn.
I'm just gonna end up rolling idiot savant roll. Not Nick, for once. Oh, that's a nat 19. Yeah, he definitely
Damn.
sees you. Uh,
terrified who sees me.
Connor ends up greeting you to the party and ends up actually introducing you to a couple of the upperclassmen.
Thank you, idiot savant.
Like as you're over there, the discussion's just talking about it, about the various things that's been going on, and it turns eventually to how it's quite the turnout. Connor ends up laughing at this and says, "Yeah, but I wish that new shopkeeper would have come. It's a shame a bombshell like her never seems to be interested in hanging out with anyone. Looks like that shouldn't be cooped up in a dusty shop all the time."
Maybe she's just busy.
I was talking about hell, dude.
Oh, Connor. This is something I never knew about you.
Well, damn.
Yeah, that L, she's hot.
Oh, Connor.
Oh, you poor sweet summer child.
It's in character too.
You poor, poor fucking idiot. Compared to Jesse.
As much as that is very in character for him, and I really want to canonize that now, unfortunately, I have a reason for why I have to keep it like as it is.
Oh, he did this in the past, so he knows now.
You did a tap test on Nell.
What are you doing? Nothing. Just checking, man. God.
Fine, here's 5 duel points. Ignore me now.
L didn't forget that.
I'm sorry for derailing this, guys. Go ahead, Flannery.
It was a good derailment. But yeah, basically, as time goes on, everyone gets the chance to really experience a little bit of everything at one point or another, at least everything that they were interested in trying. And I'll even say this much. At one point, Jesse and Kel's, their eyes meet. A flashback to the chocolate-covered strawberry soda. They both look away. We never talk about that again.
Agreed.
And,
I thought Jesse was getting a tattoo.
And with that, I am going to leave that open. Does anyone want to get any body paint or henna tattoo?
Well,
No, you're
Jesse,
not allowed to go
It
full
would-
body. You're not allowed to go full body. But
No, I want to do it, but it wouldn't be in character. I want to get a Mike Tyson thing, but it wouldn't be. But it wouldn't
Cole?
make sense for him
Cole?
to.
Are you drinking punch?
He wouldn't be. He'd be drinking non-alcoholic.
No, but there's bowls of punch.
Yeah.
Would you assume one of them is spiked?
If
With
there's
your-
two of the same kind, yes.
With your lack of knowledge of parties.
With my wisdom.
he is a wise boy.
Fair.
His
I'm
mother
wise.
probably taught him to be careful.
Be
I was just
careful
trying to-
for the
I was
devil's
trying to-
juice.
I was trying to give you an out so you could do the thing you want to do.
It wouldn't be in character. I've
Another
thought
thing
about
is-
this.
Another thing is you could just look at Andy and just be like, she's way too happy.
No, she's sad. She's crying her freaking eyes out, dude.
Yeah, I don't know what your idea of happy is, but she's
But
falling
she's not just holding on
into.
to him.
She's
She's crying
falling
into
into Raph's shoulder.
Aw. She's having a good time.
He's having a great time.
In fact, for once, Raph actually looks uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Okay, there was the point where I was just not listening, so I got to that. I'm like, oh, okay. Considering the
Anyway.
last time that she got drunk.
Jesse, do you want to do anything?
With Andy, hell no.
No, just in general at the party, my dude.
He would just follow other people's lead because he wouldn't know what he's doing. So if people were like, let's duel, or like, let's volleyball, or let's do henna, he'd probably be like,
Let's do
okay.
limbo.
Let's limbo.
It's her limbo. 'cause I
Yo, he would
do
definitely do limbo.
I will do limbo too.
Anyhow, so
So they limbo. I'm just dueling and volleyballing and like gently, very quietly spreading the word of the upcoming operation to have alcohol introduced at a cheaper price than the store.
give me wisdom with advantage to see if you can make good calls on who to talk to and who not to. Because you never know
Go
if
very
someone's a
low.
narc.
That one,
It's a good thing that I said advantage, huh?
Flannery. Can I use an inspiration?
Sure, I'll allow you to use an inspiration.
Or
And it
Hellspiration,
rolls a
you know what I
3.
mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean.
That's a better one. That 19.
Anyhow,
Okay. There's the
That's-
limbo bar.
Okay, I'll lift it up.
Okay, so I didn't just fuck that operation. Good.
yeah, and because that's an unnatural. Well, sorry, that's a 18 because it was straight wisdom. I'll say it's instinct, so you got an unnat 20.
I was about to say, it's like that seems like a gut instinct type of deal.
Yep. So I'm gonna say that you feel confident with the choices you made. You knew who would be a possible buyer, and you knew who would be a total square, and you made sure to only appeal to the best of the best.
Yes. And the rest can just, go through the network and buy from them at an upped price.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, everyone experiences a bit of everything they want to do, one point or another. Monday morning, roll for hangover. No, I'm kidding. I'm not gonna have you guys roll for hangover.
I was about to say, I mean, Ayumi's just dragging Andy back. If anything, she has a
I want to roll for limbo.
Okay.
Well,
Okay.
let them roll for limbo.
We
No,
made a
no,
limbo
we-
bar.
we made a bar and everything.
All right. In that case, I'll need. Give me
Ex-con
dexterity. Yeah, dexterity, con, and I'll end up saying dexterity, con, and
and luck
Luck.
because it's on a beach.
Do we still
yeah,
have like, that little bonus
luck.
to our decks?
Simply. What?
Do we still have that little bonus to our decks, or is that gone by now?
That would have been gone. In fact, the
Yeah.
previous boost that Ayumi would have had would be replaced by the new ones.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
that's
replace
an
it
11.
automatically.
And it's a 19.
Jesse, you end up struggling pretty early on, but go ahead and give me that one being Dex. Next up, Con.
Oh no, I think God's
Oh,
minus
joy. Here we
4.
go. Okay. 3.
It's a 9.
Oliver, you end up being able to flex back quite a bit. Jesse, you struggle. you're both feeling quite a bit of pain as you do. Roll me luck.
Oliver, this was a mistake.
Don't. Why'd you drag me into this?
I don't know why I'm even here.
16.
A natural 19.
You guys do manage to get through, but you guys end up only getting through about the first like 3 rungs on the bar, but only because you guys end up doing really bad on dexterity and oh no, actually, Oliver, you would have ended up getting down to the 5th bar pretty easy, like the 5th rung of the bar, and then you would have wiped out. And let's just see your competition real quick.
That's enough. That's enough physical activity for 1 week.
and I'm done.
Something I never thought I'd say in this game. I want to roll for limbo.
Me too.
Trust me, there's plenty of things that I've said I want to roll for, and I never thought I would ever say. I'm not gonna say which.
Oliver, roll me one more luck.
Oh, great. This is where the limbo goes bad. 12.
Much to literally everybody who is watching this show's surprise, Oliver still somehow manages to be the one who can go the furthest down. Everybody who's playing other than these two are somewhat drunk and tipsy. So as they're trying to limbo, they're falling pretty early on, and Oliver just scrapes by. Nothing impressive, but in the moment, he feels like a king.
I need it.
At only 5 rungs down, Oliver wins. That just shows you how drunk some of them got. Because your guys' opponents did solid on the dexterity roll, but did horrible on the other 2. Okay, so that makes me hate life.
It's just a limbo game.
Yes, and my
King of
NPC
games.
lost to
King
a
of limbo, bitch.
my NPC lost to somebody who shouldn't have won a game of limbo. I mean, I wasn't expecting you to be like the last place. I expected you guys to like somewhere in the middle, but I didn't expect everyone to be wasted.
So Monday.
Yes, please. Moving on into the next day, Monday morning before class. Oliver checks to see if he has any new spirits, and the following appear before him. Basically, all the spirits that you've got at the moment, aside from Goddess of Sweet Revenge, but yes, including Karibo, do appear in front of you.
Oh my! Wait, he's actually back?
Karibo is back, baby.
I thought I did terrible. Okay.
You did, but I also had to consider other things as well and all that, such as time and the spirit's difficulty, and the fact that being a spirit for him isn't exactly that much of an issue.
Okay, so all the spirits I'm aware of come out.
Yep.
Well, since I didn't expect Karibo to come out, I'm just gonna be like, oh my god, Karibo, oh god, you're back. I'm so glad you're okay. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, man.
I didn't mean
I'll
to
never
send you
have
to
to
your
go-
death.
I'll never put you through that ever again. I'm so sorry.
I think it's safe to say that Karibo has a inherent hatred towards Andy at the moment.
Karibo, put the gun down. Put the gun down.
Karibo, that's just a spark gun. You're not even Spark Man. You can't use that Karibo.
And
She'll go to defense mode. I swear to God, man.
these two are the only new ones who end up making themselves apparent. But you get the feeling like there should be more as you're looking through them. But for some reason, they're not appearing.
I mean, I'm just like, oh, I did get more. It's gonna go down to a level and just say hi to them.
She shoots you in the face with her water gun.
Does it go through my face or something?
It'll end up going like right through your face, but it's still just one of those things where it's annoying. But it won't really go through your face so much as it will. The water will act like water. You just won't feel it.
Okay. It's like, what was that for? I guess you don't understand me, do you? You don't speak English.
The little light, the light bulb type thing on top of her helmet ends up flashing once.
Is once for yes or no? Okay, blink once for yes, blink twice for no.
It flashes once.
Okay,
It's a dumb.
so you don't understand me. Okay, no, you understand me, but you just can't speak my language.
Flashes once.
Got it. Oh, it's good to have you around. I'm sure the others are happy. Will be happy too.
Wadapon just ends up bouncing around on the ground.
And you, Vodapon.
It just looks up at you with big doleful eyes.
Is Karibo still out?
Karibo can also still be out if you want him to still be out.
Do I even have his piece, or did you take that away?
I'm pretty sure I told you to take him back, but I'll let you know when to bring him out.
Yes. God, he's tiny compared to him.
Actually, I should probably downsize. There we go. There we go. Wadapon would be
huge.
Wadapon is a big enough dual spirit that if it was physical, it'd be one of those like giant beanbag chairs.
Really?
Like the kind that you'd be able to like lay on you as in yourself, and you'd probably be able to fit like a pet alongside you. Probably not a second person, but actually with Oliver's size, you might be able to fit a second Oliver.
I have a new perspective of Wadapon now. I didn't think he was that big.
He's a swole boy.
I'm not canonizing that all Wadapons are that big. I'm just saying yours is, just because
mine's just fat.
Yeah, yours is swole with its massive 200 attack points.
It just looks at you with big doleful eyes. Karibo ends up bouncing against it.
He's got a new playmate, Karibo.
Karibo just starts shaking his head.
You don't want him to be your friend? What?
Wadapon starts giving crocodile tears.
I don't understand. There's just Karibos and Wadapons not get along or something.
Wadapon will like bounce over and try like nuzzling into Karibo. But Karibo will just shake its head and fly over to you. Just hide behind you.
That's a nice Karibo. He's trying to be friendly, I think. Why does Wadapon freak you out so much? Yes. I see. I feel like I really am just talking to myself.
Yeah.
At this point, I don't know what to...
kind of are. I'm just listening to this. I'm like, I don't mean to be rude, but I now know what it's like to be a parent having to sit through that Pikachu special before the first movie.
It's one of those things where it's like, I mean, hey, you wanted to have them out. This is the consequences of your actions.
Yeah. DM, are you going to use your executive power?
It's just like, well, no, I expected.
Well, I am glad to say that was a good waste of a few seconds. And by a few seconds, I mean like 2 minutes. Anyhow, So
I'm sorry.
I said it's a good waste, not a bad waste. Or I didn't even say it was just a straight up waste, just a good waste. All right. So with that, afterwards, he gets his mail and sends his letter. He received a bunch of letters from his mom, a handful of them from fangirls from before he came to the island, and a letter from Clementine talking about her own misadventures, as well as a letter from Victor where he says, "When we see each other again, I'm going to go all out. You better not crumble too quickly, okay?" That night, Oliver ends up doing some meditation to help. Doing some meditation, thinking that it might end up helping him better use the Millennium Necklace. Tuesday, Jesse receives a message from Pez. "Hey, I made some edits to my deck. Let's duel. I've heard you've been tearing it up lately with yours. I want to check it out." What do you have to say to the challenge that was issued to you?
Oh, I was supposed to respond to that. Sure, I guess.
Alright. In that case, Jesse, roll me a luck.
Luck. Come on. Luck,
Be-
luck.
Beginner's luck.
22.
Give me a knowledge.
Fuck. How about another luck instead?
I believe in you, probably.
What's my
See,
knowledge?
That's actually not
-4.
bad.
That's pretty good for you.
That's 11.
For you, that is good. That is
That's pretty
positive.
good.
On the scale of neutrality being 10, that is positive.
It is.
Here's the
It's
one that you're
it's in
gonna.
the double digits.
Here's the one that you're gonna love. Give me a wisdom.
Oh, I'm gonna
And
roll
this is
a
where
1.
you nat
I'm gonna
one. No, you
Or
win.
not, that's a 21.
Well, and with that, you end up dueling against Pez, and you end up beating him actually pretty quickly in the first few turns. He's using a deck that you don't recognize. It doesn't even seem to really be much of an archetype in and of itself. It just seems to be a bunch of plant cards are the ones that he's using at the moment. You're not really sure what's going on with it, but you end up beating him fairly quickly before he can really do whatever it is he was trying to set up. Last card that you remember, the last couple cards you remembered seeing was something called a glow up bulb and another called spore. But whatever it is, it didn't end up seeming to cause you any issue, so you didn't mind. Later on, Jesse receives another message, one from Leah. "Elle tried getting me an actual PDA. It's not working anymore." And as soon as you receive that, Wheeler's app freezes up on the message. Jesse ends up restarting his PDA, and when it comes back on, the message is gone. Wednesday, Alexa would end up messaging Ayumi saying, "Let's hold off on fighting until after you're fully healed. Fair is fair." Ayumi, of course, messaging back that she'll be ready at any point after Monday. Oliver ends up meeting with Kyla at the Slifer Library to ask questions about the necklace. Roleplay it! And this is where Kyla gets to come into play. It's about time.
No, he's helping Luigi.
Sorry, Smash characters only.
Oh, okay. I had to think of it for a second.
Yeah, he gave him his vacuum.
Yeah. I'm
He
like,
gave him the power of suck.
So. There I am.
Spaghetti.
Mom, spaghetti.
Somebody
Mom's
touched my
spaghetti on it.
spaghetti!
There's Mom's spaghetti on his sweater already.
And as far as that goes, sorry, I need to grab something.
Okay, now just like this is just a good thing just to clarify. Do
Yep.
I know she's my stalker?
Uh,
Because my stalker has black hair, those electric blue eyes. She even has like the freaking pocket mirror thing, and she's even gone on record saying that she's followed us before.
well, just give it a wisdom roll with advantage.
Okay, if I just botch this, then I don't even know what to think. Okay, that's a 13. Eh. Oh, that's a 13 then.
You've got a pretty strong suspicion. You're not 100% certain, but if you were to guess, you'd probably say, yeah, she is. You feel fairly confident in it. You're not entirely sure if you heard everything that you thought you heard correctly, of course, because, heat of the moment and more important things.
But after having time to think about it, just be like, maybe.
It would make sense to you, that's most certain. And if she's not, that would end up raising some other red flags in terms of the other person.
As you're probably already aware, I have a lot of questions about this thing. Just put the necklace on the table.
I mean, I don't think I can be of a whole lot of help.
It's just anything really, because, well, I literally know zero, so you might know just is one thing.
She nods.
So what exactly is this thing?
Well, when I was given it, I was told it's called the Millennium Necklace. It's, um, in all honesty, if you believe the story, it's supposedly an ancient artifact, but I find it highly unlikely that people would be just walking around with them if that was really the case.
I mean, it lets you see into the future, so that that's kind of a that kind of raises a flag.
She shrugs.
You said it was given to you
Mm-hmm.
by who?
My father was a bit of an eccentric. He has a habit of collecting old artifacts. And there was this one piece of this one relic that was being passed around within a certain group of people that he just thought that he had to add it to his collection. And of course, when he tried wearing it, he never could end up getting it to work. He just believed that it was just a bunch of stories with no real meaning behind it. But I mean, there's for some reason when I tried it on when I was little, it worked, sort of.
Sort of. I mean, how can
I
you determine if it sort of worked if you don't know much about it in that regard?
Let me ask you something. You take a moment and you see a scene play out in front of you. How do you know if that scene is really a scene of the future or you just losing your mind? Perhaps the necklace itself was laced with some sort of hallucinogenic that, when worn, causes you to just see whatever you want to see. Oh, at the
That's
time, I didn't know what was going on. The first time I wore it, all I saw was there was a bunch of people on a plane and they all ended up losing in a series of duels. Next thing I realize is I'm getting feedback and I'm on the ground. Sort of like what ended up happening back at the lab.
So
Last things I remembered from that vision was I saw this kid with blonde hair using a deck of fluffles dueling against some guy, I think. And the last thing I remember before it fades to black was you really shouldn't be looking in on things you weren't meant to.
can I just assume that blonde kid was me?
She nods.
Why were you looking at me then?
She shrugs. I don't know. At the time, I think I might have been 7, 8 years old. As far as I know, I had never heard of you up until that point. I think, as far as I know, you lived in a completely different part of the country from me. You don't exactly seem like someone who would be raised out in Jersey.
Yeah.
And yes, I am saying this. She is from Jersey. No, she does not have the accent because forget about it.
I was about to say she could be from, Jersey in England. Old Jersey.
No one cares about old Jersey. And I was really tempted to say Joyzy there, but I would have killed myself if I did. Like, I legitimately would have committed Sudoku.
Anyhow.
So, there's that
Oliver
bit of
knows
info.
Oliver knows his useless question, but he's just thinking of it to himself. Like, why would it show her an image of me back then when she was just like 7? Like what the hell, Nicholas? And then he'll go on to ask. So like, you mentioned there were other items like this, like the key from last time.
Of that series, there's 7 official ones and one that I've only heard about, but it's believed to be just a silly rumor. The other 7 I don't know a whole lot about, but one's shaped like an Egyptian ankh, somewhat in the form of a key, but not quite. One's shaped like a Native American dream catcher. There's a few other ones that are quite similar to that. But even beyond that, there's people who tried to replicate them, ended up making other things, and we lost a American Jake.
Hey, I'm sorry. My everything just kind of went all screwy on me. Hold on. Whoa. Let me try and get. Tabletop is not wanting to cooperate with me.
It might be
Let me
just
look.
force updating or something.
No, my entire computer just froze up for a second. So let me just hop back in. Sorry about that. I literally couldn't hear you guys. So
Oh, my apologies.
no, like I said, it was just everything just kind of. Flannery, type me the password.
You're good, man.
Let me double check the password because I don't remember because I changed it so early on.
Yeah.
And he never got into the server again.
I mean, it's really his loss, not ours.
Yeah. So I'm sorry if you were yelling at me because
No, we
for a little
weren't.
bit.
We were. It was just like suddenly you disappeared, and it's like what?
Yeah.
Oh right, I remember why I did
Okay.
that because yeah.
I got it.
stupid
I
joke.
don't even. Got it.
You say nothing.
You saw nothing? Nothing at all? And I'm in.
Is there anything else?
Well, first of all, it's just like, oh yeah, those things do kind of ring a bell, actually.
I know, as I said, there's supposedly 7 from the main set with a mythical 8th that's somewhere out there, supposedly. But the
Do
last
they
one's
all?
powers are just, if it's real, are so ridiculous no one would believe it.
Oh, okay. So they all don't let you just look into the future.
Mm-mm. The Dreamcatcher like one was interesting. If you focus on it, it'll lead you to whatever you desire most. I hear the last user ended up using it as a way of finding other gay people. It was a less progressive time back then.
Ah,
But he
good
kept
for them.
claiming that he wasn't gay, just British.
I gotta talk to Tosh about that later. Anyways,
I'm sorry, that was just a very knee-jerk reaction from you.
I kind of had to.
I know, but still.
Okay, so about this is probably the biggest question. How come I put this on once, it suddenly just rejects you and decides to quote unquote choose me? Even I mean, how you know it chooses me or not? And even though you had this thing for years, what makes me special?
She just shrugs. I couldn't tell you. I mean, you're asking the person who, every time I use that, the only thing that would appear is you. There's no reason for me to be able to figure that out at this point.
So you weren't, so you weren't able to see anything else besides me and me some more.
She shakes her head. I ended up actually, as you can probably figure, my dad's rich. You were doing a duel a few years back in a tournament, and I was convinced that the the necklace was that the necklace wasn't legitimate, that it was just some sort of hallucination caused. So, to see if it was worked or not, I convinced my dad to let me fly out and go watch the tournament. And I remember seeing you having a duel against, I think his name was Victor. And just like the necklace showed, it ended up being everything that happened that day played out the exact same way.
Huh. So at that point, you were just pretty much confirmed that this thing is legit.
Mm-hmm. I tried to
So,
get a chance to talk with you, but every time I tried, you kept being surrounded by a bunch of other people, and I couldn't even get close to you.
yeah, it didn't kind of help. You were kind of just lurking in the background. I thought you were a stalker. Well, kind of, sort of.
I'm just rolling something. Actually, you know what? I'm going rich girl dice on this because
Now that is confirmed.
Yep.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it.
Can I roll an insight on that? Am I able to? Or nah.
I mean, go for it if you want.
Sure. It's probably not going to yield anything. Doesn't matter.
Mm-hmm. But yeah.
But maybe But hey, we're talking now, and and that's so much better than you just being in the background.
Excuse me. I agree. But yeah, I mean, as far as the necklace goes, I couldn't really tell you a whole lot more about it than that.
Yeah. But what the things you did tell me were pretty helpful. And still so much I don't know about this thing. If just seeing into the future is like the one thing it can do.
Well, there's supposed to be other things that they can do, but I've never been able to get it to do anything else.
Just like another thing. You okay with just giving to me like that? I mean, you were quite attached with this thing.
I was attached with it simply because of the fact that I was the only one who could use it. I think the thing that might end up biting me the most is if Father finds out that I ended up giving it away. But he always said that it was supposed to be mine one day, anyways. So what's the worst that can happen?
I mean, yeah, I guess what's the point in keeping this thing if it only shows you one person? But if you think about it, it brought us together like this.
I agree. Definitely a bright side. And as far as all that goes, is there anything else that you want to do before moving on to the next thing you wanted to do?
No, not really. Yeah, that was pretty much all that question. Oh wait, that's right. I did promise her just like a little bit like about the fluffle stuff. Talk about like the fluffle stuff.
I'm gonna say this. Roll
That's
me
probably like
wisdom
another
with
time.
disadvantage.
Fucking. I get it though, but I'm like, god damn disadvantage. Yeah, can I get double 16 again? Well, I'll take the 16, so I'll take the 17. Thank you.
17. You're able to remember most of the cards of the archetype, and at the very least, for some reason, while you can't recognize some of the cards in her deck, you do give her some tips with what you can remember. And the little bits of improvements that you recommend end up actually helping her out and will mark a little bit of a change in her deck, which I can end up telling you what things you end up telling her she can do to change it later, because that's not really important now. So with that, after all of this finishes, Oliver, you end up heading over to the Raw Library to see if they have any books on Dragon Duel monsters. However, the Raw dorm ends up coming up empty. So you end up getting a hold of Connor, who meets you outside of the Obelisk Library, and he helps you check out in there, and you end up finding not only a book on dragon types, but you also end up finding a mystery novel that appeals to you. As you're skimming through the dragon type book before bed, you end up finding something out about you just end up finding something on Galaxy Eyes Photon Dragon. And it talks about the different forms that it's had and the different forms that it's taken over the years.
I'm assuming it excludes the numbers.
It does exclude the numbers.
Okay. Which is a lot, so yeah.
Afterwards, Oliver spends some time with his different dimension daughter, essentially, at this point, before going to bed. So
some quality father-daughter bonding.
The entire time she just makes squeaky hammer sounds.
God, that's cute.
All right. While Jesse is on his way to work this day, he receives a message from Leah. Are you free after work? Oh, gave me a couple tickets to a play the theater club students are putting on to recruit new members.
Of course. Tell me what time and I'll be there.
Around the time that you push that send button, the Wheeler app ends up like deleting her message, so you don't end up finding out if she received it or not until you end up seeing her waiting for you outside the library once you get off your shift. The two of you end up going, and you know what? Roll me wisdom to see if you enjoy it.
You have
that's
to.
a way to phrase that a little better next time, my dude.
Wow.
No.
Because I
worded it
knew
the
this
way I
play
did.
was gonna be shit. Let's see, what will I get? It's a 17.
You're watching it, and you see some issues that it has. The actors themselves aren't very great. And one person is playing like 5 roles. You're not sure what was up with that. And it kind of made some things a little confusing. Overall, it didn't suck, but it pulled a lot of the enjoyment out of it.
Yeah, if you rolled low, you would be like, "This is amazing."
Phantom of the Duelist.
No, it's Duelist of the Opera.
Oh.
No, it's Phantom of the Cards.
They sing every play they do.
I
I
summon Dark Magician in attack mode.
The Book of Dungeon Dice. It's supposed to be a comedy.
It's a tragedy.
It's supposed to be a comedy, but it turns out it's a Shakespearean comedy. It's only called that because there's
God.
multiple weddings at the end, all to the same person.
Duke Devlin.
Oh, Grandpa.
It's
You
just an
scum.
autobiography.
You scoundrel, you.
Um. All right. Thursday rolls around. Connor ends up messaging Ayumi to ask if she'd like to spar.
Yeah.
Ayumi, I assume you accept?
Yeah. Also, just because we've been kind of skipping forward a bit, one thing I think I mentioned at some point and I never got an answer. During the entire week, I like every other day, every 3 days or something, you bring up the whole, Andy, I told you I'd teach you Japanese. You want to learn or no?
She would reluctantly accept.
Okay, so just doing that in the evenings for like an hour or two. But yeah, anyway, so fighting Connor. This is gonna go bad for him.
Oh yeah, so much so. No rules needed. Just going off your guys' passives of things because that's honestly the fairest way of preventing him from dying.
Passive 19, yeah.
Ayumi proceeds to knock him out within about a few seconds. You wait a few minutes to see if he ends up coming to and realize, oh great, he's actually out cold. And have to end up carrying him to the office, to the nurse's office.
Mm-hmm.
Dr. Feelgood just stares at you blankly, not even surprised at this point.
I have a
Then
rep.
just points to a bed, asking you to set him there.
Yeah.
As you're leaving the room, you hear a familiar head banging.
Followed by the familiar sound of familiar blood hitting the same spot again and again.
Not this time, actually. Seems he's
Oh.
built up a little bit of constitution in that regard.
Well, so that's how I can increase my con. I see, Doctor.
Only in that regard.
Well, I can increase my wisdom by teaching Andy how to speak like me, so that's good.
Oliver does some reading, then uses the Millennium Necklace to check on Elizabeth, Victor and Clementine's mother, and he sees her as well as his mom having an argument over who has the better son.
Oh God.
you hear her mentioning something about having just gotten back Elizabeth's cards from a thief. And you realize immediately that ends up just reminding you of the previous vision you had. And honestly, it makes you a little bit curious in that regard.
She's well, at least she's doing fine.
Friday, Oliver, you have your second date with Angel, and the two of you end up spending quite a bit of time together. You guys actually end up renting about 3 different movies, and she ends up supplying the snacks from the vending machine. However, as soon as she does, you two see a familiar face walking through the halls of the dorm. You end up seeing Kells actually walking over to the dorm to challenge Jesse to a duel. Yes, I know originally it was supposed to be a notification through messaging, but I figured he'd like to challenge you in person. As far as you go, Jesse, you hear Kel say, and afterwards we can end up having some soda, some of the good soda. Ended up hitting up the game room over at the dorm. Apparently they restocked and no one told me.
Anything but that whatever we had.
We swore we would never bring that up again.
You brought it up first!
I just mentioned that we got the good stuff. He passes you a strawberry and is like, shut up and drink it.
Drink it.
Shut up, I shall.
As for the two of you, Oliver, you and Angel end up actually going into. I'm pointing out the dorm for you because she would have she would have ended up moving in somewhat on the more recent side. This dorm, a familiar dorm to you, a very familiar dorm to you, a dorm where you remember seeing a couple people enter and exit from early on in the semester.
Can it be?
Yes, she is their new roommate.
Oh.
And the two of you just end up chilling there. You see her roommates walk in, see the two of you there, and immediately walk out. Might as well give her privacy for her date. Somewhat on the slightly catty side, as if they're honestly just frankly annoyed with this.
Fucking batch.
Fucking bitch, having a boyfriend on a school island.
Having
What
a
a thought.
boyfriend?
Like,
A
oh
boyfriend?
my god.
Man.
On this Christian island.
Major thought patrol alarm
Dance
going
like there's
off.
Jesus between you.
And then dance like Jesus is obese.
And as far as that goes, the two of you end up. The first one was kind of okay. It wasn't good. It wasn't bad. The second one sucked, but the third one was a pure gem. The two of you both ended up loving that one. As you were getting ready to head out for the night to head back to your dorm, she ends up asking you to hold up. And as you're just standing in the doorway, she gives you a kiss on the cheek and says, "I'd love to do this again sometime."
Oh boy.
Yeah. Me too. I love to.
And with that, Jesse, as far as the duel
Yeah.
with Kells goes, Kells stopped by and asked if you wanted to duel.
No, close this door.
Who are you? No. Yeah, we can duel.
All right. So
What's a
with
duel?
that, the two of you duel. Now I want you to roll me a. Yeah, I mean, you should know the drill. Luck,
Yep.
knowledge, wisdom.
Unnatural 19 for luck. Knowledge. That's a 7. And wisdom. 15.
It ends up being actually a really close game. It was 19, 7, and 15. I'm rolling specifically for one of these makes the difference.
Oh!
It's an incredibly close game, but he just had the better hand than you. So as you were getting your play started off, he was able to stop you at the very least for the moment, but nothing he did seemed to really stop you for good. Every time he did something, you'd end up being able to do something else, and it just was a matter of he had more outs than you. Because his deck is completely built around having outs. So just as you have something for every occasion, he sort of has something for every opponent. So at the end of the day, it got down to the last few hundred life points on both sides. And it just finally ended up being he won by a hair, but he still won.
Well, I'll get you next time.
I look forward to it. In all honesty, I actually thought you had me there for a minute.
I thought I had you too, but you had an answer at every turn.
That said, he passes you a strawberry soda, another one, as well as a grape.
Fuck is grape?
Don't let the loss get you down.
It's a grape.
I don't think I've ever had grape before.
It looks like a purple strawberry.
Well, it'll be a great opportunity for you to try something new.
Did he just do that pun?
God damn it.
Did he fucking really? You know what? Unfriend him.
I mean, look, he had a grape opportunity to do so.
Yeah, he'll open up and try the grape soda.
As you try it, just roll me for wisdom, I guess. I think that's what we did for strawberry.
Yep, it tastes like sugar, water, and purple.
I don't know it's grape
17.
soda.
You like it.
Tastes like purple.
Is
I don't know
purple a
what
good
purple
thing?
tastes like. I don't know, but it tastes good.
Then I'll take it that you like it.
I guess so.
He opens up a can of orange soda. Well, I hope you enjoy your night, Jesse.
You too.
All right.
I like to imagine like the intelligent roles is just Jesse not knowing what monster fuses into what.
I fused my Sparkman and my Bubbleman to summon Shining Flare Wingman.
That's not how that works, you idiot!
Oh, Fusion Clayman and Elemental Hero Flame Wingman to summon Earth Wingman. That's not a card.
That's not a card,
That's
Jesse.
not a card, you idiot!
Okay, then I'll summon Elemental Hero Flame. Clay.
Sparkman.
That's still not a card. Are you actually an idiot? Idiot?
Oh god.
Archie, what are you doing here? Your dorm's over there.
I'm not
You wanna
Archie!
go? You
I'm
wanna fucking go,
How
Archie?
can you think that I'm
You
him?
wanna
He's
fucking
my
go?
twin brother, Archibald. Well, but your
Okay,
name's
Archibald, you wanna fucking go? Come on, let's do it! Red versus blue! I want to win in the middle!
Me too.
Anyhow,
Anyways.
the next Saturday rolls around and everyone receives a mail notification. Oliver ends up heading down early in the morning and receives his right away, which he goes back to his dorm to check out. As he's going through the mail, Jesse goes to get his. One's a letter from his mother and a letter from an unknown sender. I think it's safe to assume you throw away the one from your mother.
Of course.
The one
other
from
one
the
from your
unknown
father?
sender, however, reads as follows. Dear Jesse, I've heard you decided to follow in your old man's footsteps. It's pretty insane. Your father and I go way back, and he made me make him a promise. If anything ever happened to him, I'd teach you about duel monsters if you ever decided you wanted to learn. I'm just some old fogey now, but I still have some skills, so I'll be stopping by one day soon to see how you're doing. Try not to overwork yourself. Vincent had a bad habit of doing that, and it always worked out badly for him. Learn to take the punches as they come and roll with the changes. See you soon, Jesse. Signed, a friend.
What? Friend? My dad? How does he... This doesn't make sense. I would like to take out Legendary Fisherman.
A friend? My dad? Impossible. He lives in Montana. He had no friends.
Alright, I assume... Actually, not back at the dorm, because Oliver's going through some tricky stuff there.
Outside the dorm.
Yep.
Outside.
We don't
Get
need a
outta
doctor.
here,
We
losers.
don't need no doctors here. It didn't work. I don't care. I followed through. Doctor, leave those kids alone. And that went darker than I meant.
Hey, Yago, get your bitch ass out of here.
But Jafar!
I don't give a fuck.
I blame the fact that I'm waiting for a Damien opportunity, and there's so many opportunities out of character but not in.
Man, who is this mysterious friend of my father's? I know, I'll ask Damien.
Well, you see, I'm now Iago.
What the fuck, Yago?
I'm Damien.
Damiago.
Anyhow.
Is there anything I can do to help you, Jesse?
I just got this letter from a friend of my father's that has no name. Would you happen to know anyone?
There's a few people. Your father was actually quite the outgoing person. At the very least, for a good time before he met your mother.
I see.
I mean, even then, it's one of those things where even if you put a bird in a cage, it's still wanting to fly.
Guess that's true.
Was there any indication who it might be?
It said that he would, if anything had ever happened to my father, he would teach me about duel monsters.
And as soon as you say that, this is completely to see if the duel spirit knows the person.
Oh,
Maybe
Brother
it's your
Darts!
Yes.
Hello, Jesse!
Brother Darts. He's a monk now.
But he also knows Jesse's father better than anyone. It's the person I could think of offhand is... I can't imagine that it'd be him. It's probably your father's friend. And yes, I chose this entirely because that's what you were originally going for. Wait. Michael Hawkins. Had to get the name right.
Michael Hawkins.
Yeah, he was a researcher. He specialized in mostly in mythology, but your father and he ended up getting along quite well.
Well, if it is this Hawkins, he's supposed to be here In the letter it said shortly, right?
Yep.
Well, according to the letter, he's supposed to be here in a couple days.
Well, I wouldn't take any time frame that he gives you to be quite so literal. He's a bit bad with time.
Oh. Okay. Well, he knows who I am, and I don't know who he is, so.
Well, I can try and draw a bit of a picture for you. He pulls out his spear and starts trying to draw on the ground. Right. Dual spirit.
That was a nice thought.
Quick, summon a beach.
Quick, can you activate the spell Yumi?
You mean
Yes. A legendary ocean.
I said Yumi specifically because I wanted him to originally mess up and say Ayumi.
Yumi?
Ayumi! He
You're ready
needs
to
you.
record this thing on your back.
Anyhow, but yeah. Is there anything else you want in regards to the legendary fisherman?
Nah, he's good.
Oliver, you might want to be in your dorm for this.
Huh.
Now, as for Oliver's mail, he seems to have fewer letters than the last time from his mother. Oliver gets the feeling she's getting more used to the idea of not having him there all the time. And to you, Oliver, it seems like she's finally reduced the number of letters she's sending you to only 1 or 2 a day. She's starting to make some progress.
Okay, only 14 letters a week. Got it.
Or between 8 and 14.
Between those, yeah.
You also end up receiving a letter from Clementine where she talks about how she's not having as much fun as she thought she would. Victor sends one as well, saying how he's concerned for her because she's been getting bummed out lately, and he thinks Oliver could cheer her up. He continues saying that he understands how she feels, though. At first, being here and not having your showy personality in my face all the time has been great. Now it's starting to piss me off. Everybody here either loses right away or wins right away. If I'm going to surpass Yamamoto, I need these bastards to show me more than what they can do in 3 turns. I want to see their faces as I drag them through the ringer turn after turn. I want them to pose a challenge, but as it is, it's starting to feel like I'm dueling a bunch of robots. That said, I may be stalling out for now, but you better not start slacking off or I'll really get angry. You hear me? When we duel, it better be a win I can be proud of. Nothing less, Runt. As you're reading this, Oliver, you get the feeling he's trying to put on more of an act than normal. But as you read it, it just feels like his heart's not quite in it.
I told him overcounting me was a bad idea.
Of course, you end up getting more fangirl letters as well, but they are fewer than before. And none of the miscellaneous mail that you end up getting really catches your attention until you flip over one that has the Eye of Wijat stamped onto an old wax seal. The envelope itself is heavily yellowed and feels somewhat brittle, like it's bound to fall apart at any moment. As you open it up, the parchment stationery of the letter feels brittle. Pieces of it actually start crumbling as you touch it. On the page, there's just a large Eye of Wijat staring right back at Oliver, captivating him immediately as he looks at it. Oliver, you feel compelled to keep staring. A feeling like there's something you're supposed to do overwhelms you. Your focus gets absorbed by the eye, and it stands unwavering until, for a moment, it looks to you like the eye on the paper blinks, causing Oliver to snap out of the trance-like state he was in. As he looks back at the sheet, he just sees a blank yellow piece of paper. As he double-checks the seal, he sees a 6-pointed star where he swore was once the Eye of Wijat. He passes off the vision as simply being a stress-based illusion, A lingering feeling of unease rests in the back of his mind. The vision itself, as well as the memory of the eye on both the seal and the parchment stationery, virtually forgotten. Ayumi,
Yeah.
you wake up to hearing a knock on the door. You don't see Andy around. She must have gotten up and left already for the day. But as you answer the door, you're receiving a package. A pretty large package at that. Barely manages to fit through the door to the room. Inside, there's a giant futon mattress, which she sets on the floor to see just how big it is. And it pretty much covers most of the spare space that you have there, leaving just a little bit of room for you to be able to sort of walk around it, but not really a whole lot.
Yeah, I'm gonna need to fold that up.
There's also a note that says, "Now don't go
night.
saying I never listened to you." The mailman ends up looking to you and just says, "There's more down in the mailroom. You might want to get that sooner rather than later."
Of course, of course. Just kind of leaving the futon there for now.
As she goes down to get the rest of her mail, she waits until she's back in her dorm to open it up, especially considering what happened the last time that she got a major package from her brother.
Yeah.
In it, she receives a letter with a Cybercore and Cyber Dragon Zwei inside, sent from a smudged out sender. The address, however, is listed as West Academy. She, in fact, can you bring a core and a Zwei over to here real quick?
Yeah. Let me just search them out real quick.
Well, you
Yeah.
do
Meanwhile,
that.
she's just kind of like trying to figure out. Okay, do we have anyone in the gang who is at the at West Academy? I don't know. I mean, it's possible because it's a group chat with a decent amount of people. It's possible, but right now she has lost it. Is two of them there? No, just one. Where the hell did Zwei go? Let me. Oh no.
Report missing dragon.
It pulled back towards me because it was trying to go to my hand. Shoot. I don't have it. Where did it go? Is it in the middle? It might have fallen to. No?
It's not in there.
I see two cyber. Okay, there's a cyber core.
Maybe it's at the table.
I tried looking there. It's not there.
Oh.
I have another one. Let's just triplicate it, or double that one. Yeah, triplicate it. So let's see. Cyber
It's multiplying.
There, it's right there. Please make 3, so I don't have to find the other one.
If we find a lost dragon, we'll find it a good home.
Yes.
Also, apparently Elon Musk has confirmed that the cyber dragon he's building, the real life cyber dragon.
Oh,
he's building,
there it is! I found it. It just appeared.
Okay, so where's the stack of the new ones?
I put the original ones that I pulled out back into my deck. The new ones are on the table.
So I'm gonna
Get rid of one cyber dragon or cyber dry, and I will edit that on my own time.
Okay. So as we go back to Ayumi.
So the letters. Yeah, I roll. This is where I did not roll good on my luck.
Do you want to send a message to the group chat to ask if anyone knows?
Yeah, just send a quick text, but then get back to looking through the mail.
And then you also receive another box from Coda. In it, there's an old-fashioned style Polaroid camera, complete with film, a bottle of soju inside
man.
of another box that's been excessively wrapped in bubble wrap, a couple of deck boxes, and underneath it all are a few magazines. There's a couple fashion magazines. There's a Duel magazine. Then at the bottom of the stack, there's one Shupure weekly Playboy magazine. Ayumi, of course, thinking that there might be something her brother just hid inside it for her, starts pacing around as she's flipping through the Shupure magazine. All of a sudden, she ends up taking a misstep, stepping on the futon, losing her footing as she slips. Her skirt catches on the chair in these cramped quarters, causing it to rip loose alongside causing her panties to slip. And her sarashi comes a bit undone as she lands. The magazine laying on her just open. After a second, the door to the room opens and Andy walks in. Andy takes a look to the now practically undressed Ayumi, then to the open Playboy magazine, then back to Ayumi. Andy's face goes beet red before any can be said by Ayumi. She just says in a sort of like shouting in a hushed whisper, I'm sorry for interrupting. Before Ayumi can even respond, Andy turns and runs out the door, slamming it behind her.
Yeah, like I said, I kind of rolled a nat 1 here, guys.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, Ayumi's face was like red during that first bit, and then just red from the whole. Oh, you gotta be freaking kidding me! And then Andy walks in. I think her eyes would probably just okay, what's Andy looking at? The fact that I'm pretty much naked. What's he's looking at now? That magazine. Back to me. And I think their faces are pretty much both as red as their jackets. And then as Andy's running out, Ayumi just from that position, just shouting, "Andy, wait! Come back! Not that! It's different! That!" Just still face beet red.
No.
Does Andy respond or no?
Andy's gone. In fact, at the moment she turned around, for a moment you just saw her completely lose composure. Her hair turned green.
Okay, can I roll for luck to see if somehow my PDA, if Ayumi's PDA fell out of her, out of anything and just landed near her so she can send a quick message to try and clear this up immediately?
Roll me luck. Go for it.
This is where I also get a nat 1. That's not a 1, but it's a 7.
Yeah. Unfortunately, in the chaos of that, you're not sure where it ended up sliding off to.
Okay, in that case, Ayumi would quick as possible, just refix her sarashi, which for those who don't know is basically the Japanese wrap bra. You know, the just cloth around the chest, and the reacquire her panties and skirt that had been so, and I'm using air quotes here, kindly liberated by the chair, before just running out to see if she can find Andy.
I mean, as you do, you get out there and you're not seeing Andy anywhere. You get out there and wherever she went, she's gone. Roll me a perception.
19.
You do see a couple of green feathers laying on the ground beneath you, on the balcony area.
Like a trail of feathers or what?
No, just a couple of them. Just literally 2 feathers. Just a couple
And a
green
quick-
feathers.
And a quick check around doesn't reveal anything to me regards to her position.
Nope. You can take a look, and at first you wonder if maybe she's just like hiding around there, but you get the distinct feeling that she's literally out of sight.
Yeah, still red in the face from just the embarrassment of it all. Kind of going back to the dorm and looking for her PDA.
Just give me another perception roll.
I'm glad it's not another luck, because then I'm pretty sure it would just be end up worse somehow to end up like tied up. 14.
It takes you a bit of time, but you manage to find it eventually.
Yeah.
But
Once
the
she
reason why
finds
you
it-
find it, Andy ends up. It's because Andy sent you a message apologizing again. I'm sorry for having walked in on you.
And then Yumi just freaking sends a message, come back. Please just, no, not just like actually fumbling with words because she's just so flustered by the whole thing. Because, yeah, that's not good in any sense of the word. It's like, no, just not that. Come back, please, talk. Not that.
And as far as that goes, she does eventually come back, but she knocks before entering.
Yumi answers the door, but just knowing that the second she has to explain this, she kind of is, once again, red in the face. Not quite as bad as before, but just like, I am not looking forward to this. Okay, so, good news, awkward news. Good news, got a bed. Awkward news, it may or may not have tripped me up and caused you to kind of see me, like, in a very not good position like that. Would she know from, like, I was about to say, from just the way she landed, would she know, like, how? Because she's just a little trying to figure out the best way to put this, but she doesn't. Would she know how much Andy would have seen of her?
Roll me wisdom.
Nat 19.
She knows Andy saw basically everything. Not quite, but pretty darn close.
Yeah, I mean, there's some stuff that's hard to see like that. It's like, yeah, you saw. Yeah, I just once again stammering a bit. It's
I'm
like,
rolling for composure here.
yeah, I.
Nope, she's absolutely beat red the entire time from the moment she walks in.
Yeah, and he was just like, oh, just kind of like takes a deep breath. Andy, I need you to believe me. It's not what you think.
Roll me charisma with disadvantage due to the circumstances.
Yeah.
No need.
Look, Andy, here, let me do this. Andy, it's not like what you think. I was just looking through that magazine to see if there's anything in there, and I kind of slipped, and it made it look like that I was masturbating. I'm not.
Oh, rolling in the event that maybe she nat 20 to help lessen, like, alleviate this, but
Yeah.
she will listen to you as you say it, and she'll nod as you're speaking. But even as you're talking, you're not feeling very confident in how to word this, and you know you're saying things wrong constantly.
Yeah.
The entire time, you know the point you're trying to express, but you just can't seem to. Your closest friend on this island literally just saw pretty much just about everything shy of what there was to see.
Yeah.
There's no, you just cannot keep your composure at this moment either. So
Yeah, just, I think we're both, like, equally red in the face with embarrassment about this. And just kind of continue bothering it. I know what it looks like. I'm not a lesbian. I promise you, I'm not. I promise you. Just.
I actually have to roll for. Actually, wrong dice. I'm not using this dice for that.
I mean,
Darn! I kind of wish I did because it makes this funnier if I did, or tragic, I guess would be the right word.
It's all a matter of perspective.
I don't see where you rolled, so I can't see what you got.
I rolled this one right here.
Oh. 17. Okay.
You just see for a moment, Andy's face just suddenly ends up going nice and calm. The redness ends up just fading away. Is that so? She just walks over and ends up, Ayumi?
Yeah.
Roll me urge not to hit. Because she gives you a kiss on the cheek. The same cheek.
I'm questioning so many things. Why do you think that was a good idea?
I would like I would like to roll. No, first and foremost, I'd like to roll wisdom to see if I can figure out what's this going on. I'm going to give myself disadvantage given the whole situation.
This is amazing.
11. 11. With wisdom, am I able to figure out what's going on here? I don't think so.
Personally, I'd say due to the fact it was one of the biggest things to happen since you've been here, I'd say you'd be able to at the very least figure out for a moment whatever happened caused Andy to end up slipping over to Shadal.
Mm.
If you've got something that you think is a better reaction that would be more in character than roll to hit, definitely say it. Like, it doesn't even have to necessarily be a roll. It can be her saying something. But I think I think a DC of 10 was fair for that.
Yeah, I was counting. I was also counting in the whole fluster thing about the whole thing.
I get it, but at the same time, I feel like Ayumi would end up being able to, at the very least, with that much detail, the fact that it was the same cheek.
This is rolling to not hit immediately. What would that be? Now I'm curious. What would that be?
I mean, it would probably have been a wisdom, so that'd be a 5. Unless you want to say that because of how much time has passed, she'd have advantage, which I'd be willing to concede.
Yeah, it's been some time, and it's one of those things. It's like, yeah, I can't really. Hitting Andy is not going to do anything.
I mean, it will.
Now that I've actually talked that through, that's another thing. It's like,
I mean, as I said, if you got something that you think would be better,
you can honestly,
it. Like,
honestly, I think with the whole aspect of, yeah, there's literally nothing that Yumi could do to Shadal without directly affecting Andy. It's one of those things. Is like,
she would have already weighed the risk and reward.
Yeah, it would have been like
your guns on that. That's fair. That is fair.
Yeah, just don't bother hitting Andy because the real goal is killing Shadal, not trying to hurt it and in the process hurting her friend.
Well, in that case, what do you think your response here would be?
Just kind of like staring at her in bewilderment, like the fuck.
Just so that at this point I'm not showing my hand, I'm just going to use the rich gold dice from here on in as a stand-in regardless of which one.
Okay.
That was just for that one, just so you guys knew. Yes, that was not Andy. And just to see her response.
You just hear Jesse yelling from outside, "Andy, you're forgiven! That was amazing!"
Wait, what was that?
Andy, you're forgiven! That was hilarious!
Andy just whichever one it is in this moment just ends up sitting down on the bed. I mean, hey, I mean it's a shame. After all, as long as the romance is good, right?
Once again, Ayumi just staring like, wait, I don't. This is. Oh man, this is just like trying to piece together how one knows part of what the other says, but this is a confusing thing, especially because Andy hasn't talked about how Shadal works with her.
And I'm actually. Wait. That was what you. I might have my my order on things mixed up. And like for a moment, you just see her sitting there, like actually like visibly thinking. As far as all of that goes, she actually seems confused at even what she said. Not like she's trying to continue the joke or anything, whatever is going on. She's just honestly sitting there just thinking for a moment.
Yeah, right now Ayumi's kind of in her own head trying to figure out what the fuck is going on and how this all works and how, okay, we went from an awkward conversation to a confusing conversation that's got to be brought up later.
Okay. And I'll hold on to that for when it comes up. And after a moment, she just ends up getting a familiar Cheshire smile and ends up, that stereotypical anime hand to the fist and then just pointing upwards. I got it now. And as soon as she does, you just see for a moment her expression goes blank and then she just puts her hand to her head. Okay. What? For a moment, Andy definitely looks just like really out of it.
Just kind of. If you got something else?
Not really like. As far as this goes, you can tell that whatever's going on, her being out of it's not an act.
Yeah, just kind of like slowly walk over and is like, hand on shoulder. Are you okay? That was an awkward conversation. I know, but what?
I don't know. She's just holding her head for a moment. In fact, you'd recognize as far as that goes, it almost looks like she's got a bit of a headache at this point. Because, I mean, you've had headaches in the past and you've seen people with some pretty bad ones.
Mm-hmm.
And with that, she just ends up saying, I think I'm going to lay down for a bit.
Yeah, just kind of like, this is a massive futon, use that. More comfortable than those beds.
She ends up accepting your offer and ends up just laying down. And with that, as far as that is concerned, I'd say that's pretty much good. Now, there's still a little bit of stuff, unfortunately, because of how things went. So I'm just gonna sort of like
Blah.
not really go through every last thing that happens. So, for sake of simplicity, throughout the remainder of this week, other miscellaneous events occur. For the sake of brevity, however, I think it's safe to say that the major events, the ones that are very, very much plot based and heavily important, those ones can be put off for next session. But for the quick rapid fire of the last couple things, Oliver, later on during today, you end up using you end up getting some reading done, of course, on the things throughout the day, and you also end up using the necklace to try and get a look at Yamamoto, just to see how things go with him. And fortunately, that's not what I wanted.
Unfortunately, he's dead.
As you try to look at
Nice.
Yamamoto, you get the feeling that something like television static, followed by feedback, starts filling your mind. After a moment, everything just goes blank, and you get knocked backwards out of your chair. Your head hurts like hell, but at the moment, you really don't see anything.
Ow.
Anything you want to say in regards to that?
Don't know what the heck that was. Don't want to try it again or not. No, the answer's no.
During the rest of the week, Oliver ends up continuing his meditation, continues his dueling as usual. And he tries to spend some time with Sean and Juliet throughout the week as well. Around Wednesday, he ends up trying to call back out Goddess of Sweet Revenge and Karibo. But while Karibo comes out, Goddess of Sweet Revenge doesn't. She's for some reason still not back. Thursday rolls around, and he'll end up talking to Tosh and Caleb to see how they've been doing. He'll end up doing some more reading. He'll end up realizing, wait, I was supposed to end up heading back over to the shop to end up getting the new deck. And so he ends up heading back over to the card shop, and as soon as he walks in, he's greeted not by Leah, but by Elle. Welcome, Ophelia. I heard that you might be stopping by at some point. Sorry.
Close door, walk away. No.
Sorry, I wasn't even doing the right voice. Welcome, Ophelia. And so, you were wanting the oh, which one was it? The Disaster Dragon deck, wasn't it?
No. It was the Galaxy one.
The only Galaxy deck that we have back here is for an Oliver. Yes. Here you go, Oliver.
I didn't feel like correcting you at that point.
Oliver, that name I totally remembered.
He ends up pulling the deck out. And are you still interested in buying this one?
I am.
With
Been
that,
racking up all the DP I can for these past 2 weeks just to get it.
With that, you end up transferring the 50 duel points to him. I'll send you a message saying how much DP you ended up still earning after that. So, but yeah, you definitely earned the 50 duel points. Jesse.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Oliver, is there anything you want to do in particular during all this?
I guess I got that at some point, just look at the deck.
I mean,
Well, I guess doing some window shopping as well, but pretty much priorities just if there's a table I could just sit at, I will just take a look at the deck there.
All right, you do, and in the main deck, you actually see quite a few solid cards. One of which being obviously you expected to get Galaxy Eyes Photon Dragon, and you did. Yeah, remember the list I sent you was the prototype version.
Oh, I'm aware.
Yeah, and I acknowledge all its weaknesses and made sure to not have those weaknesses in the new deck. Although the new one has its own, but they're much more balanced in that regard. They're what you would expect from a starter deck at that point. The fact that there is one Galaxy Eyes Photon Dragon in there and a Photon Change, which the moment that you took a look at that, you were like, why is this in a starter deck? This seems like like way too good of a card for just a starter deck. And right you would be under normal circumstances.
I'm assuming it's not done, so I can't actually see it.
Yeah. But then I will say what the extra deck has in store for you, because these are cards that Oliver knows. Or, sorry, not Oliver knows, but I believe that you, the player, know. Give me just one moment. Okay. You know what? I'm not doing it like that. I'm just gonna say, in there you still have Photon Papal Operative, Digital Bug Scar Radiator. However, you have Adrius, Keeper of Armageddon, which is a rank 5 Dark Fiend that requires 2 level 5s. And it just attaches a material to destroy something on the field.
Okay, never heard of it.
And you also have a Neo Galaxy Eyes Photon Dragon. What was the 5th card? 5th card, you had the 4, the 5, the 3. Oh, and Hip Hoshin Ingen. I can never say that one's name right, but it's a Link to Link monster.
The fuck's a link?
But and that one actually seems pretty interesting since it gives all light monsters on the field a 500 attack boost, and all dark monsters on the field drop it by 400 attack and defense.
He's like a Star Freya, but better.
The only downside is, unlike Freya, he doesn't allow you to be protected from attacks in any way, shape, or form. But he is pretty easy to get out, just requiring 2 light monsters on the field. So there is that. As for the rest of the deck, that'll be in here for you to be able to play with during next session. Jesse.
Oh,
yes, Oliver?
I would say after game, just send me the list.
Yeah, I'll send you the list tonight. Jesse.
I am Jesse.
No, you're not. You're Silver. Put Jesse on.
Oh God! It's worse than I thought.
As time goes on, you end up getting like just regular messages asking for just to hang out and to duel. Otherwise, you tend to just go to your job every day, do the regular dueling that you wanted to do. And in all honesty, other than that, you don't really have a whole lot to do. Once you end up getting the duel points needed that Leah told you that the cards would cost, you end up heading over to the shop. This being earlier in the week than when Oliver got there. And you stop in, and she's there.
Oh. Wow. Alright, this is the shop now.
This is the shop now.
The shop relocated.
This is the shop now, and if you click at it one more time, it will shoot you in the face.
What?
I am John Lennon now.
Anyhow, as far as that goes, once you get there, you just chat with Leah a bit, and she just looks over her shoulder, looks up at one of the cameras, is like, I know I'm not technically supposed to do this, but... And she ends up giving you a bit of an extra discount, bringing it down to what was the final amount that I said, which is like 50 dual points, I believe. I'll double check later on.
I'll say,
but
Walt, it's a good thing we wrote this down.
yeah, I can always go back and take a look later. But for now, you end up getting it for the reduced dual point cost. And as you do, you take a look at it, and it looks like a bunch of really solid cards to help improve your deck. And you finally have an entire extra deck now, too, as opposed to just a few scraps.
Yes.
He's over his shoulder. I see you got the new heroes there, Jesse.
The fuck were you? Where were you?
And she
Don't
also
worry
just
about that.
ends up
Uh-huh.
saying, I might have thrown something in as a little extra.
A little extra?
At the very back of all the cards, just after you get through the extra deck cards that you got, you see 2 Blazemen and 1 Vision Hero Vion. I couldn't get away with more than that, otherwise I'd get in serious trouble, but at the very least, L's pretty happy with the sales that I've been making, and it shows. I think he ordered a new car? I'm not sure. He ordered something worth a lot of dual points, so...
Why would you need a car on an island?
I don't know, it was something that cost a bunch of dual points. It was like 1,000 DP.
It's a
Oh,
tank.
wow. Well, I appreciate the little bonus you gave me, as well as the discount.
In fact, Jesse, I want you to take a look at the store. And Oliver, you would end up taking a look at the store as well when you got
I'm looking at the store. It's in the forest.
Yeah, look at right here. Oh, hey, Jesse, when did you get here?
Oh, I've always been here.
As you take a look around the store during the individual times that you two appear there, almost all of the packs are sold off. There's next to no packs, next to no decks. Oliver, when you got there, it looked like there might have been maybe that Galaxy deck and like 2 other decks, all of which were just behind the counter waiting to be picked up by people. Jesse, when you got there, it was literally just the decks that were behind the register, like a handful of basic packs and the cards that she handed you.
Well, it certainly seems like you're doing your job.
Yeah,
I wonder you can afford these things.
but for some reason, I seem to get a lot more customers than when else here. Honestly, I can't handle all this extra work.
Have you talked to him about it?
I have, but for some reason, whenever he's here, there's not anywhere near as much traffic.
I
So,
think I know why.
anyhow, on the upside, I'll have the next few days free. So,
Oh, nice.
next few days being till in-game Saturday, just so you know.
Okay.
And with that, you did your major things that you were trying to do. Oliver did his major things that he was trying to do. Ayumi,
Yeah.
your fight with Alexa will have to take place during next session because it is 1 a.m. and we don't need you guys getting to bed at like 2 a.m. and ending up super tired for work and school.
I mean, if it's just dice rolls, I mean,
I was gonna do a little something special for it, make it a bit more of
oh,
an
in
event.
that case, yeah, we'll do that then. But here's, I don't think there's anything else for me during this time period. Am I thinking right or no?
Aside from responding to messages from your gang asking how things are, like just a bunch of them being stuff as simple as, so tell me about DA. Meet anyone interesting while you're there? How's the new girl doing? Bunch of basic questions like that, and a few people just messaging you wanting to vent about their own school lives.
Right. Well, if that's it, then my question would turn to, okay, we kind of left off at that whole awkward cliffhanger here. What is the current situation between the two of us?
With that whole situation, it
Yeah.
will really end up depending on how you two want to talk about that in the future. I mean, you're 90% certain that was Shadalwinda.
Yeah.
She's 90% certain that was Shadalwinda.
I mean, and that's only half the equation there.
Yeah, as far as the whole kiss thing goes, that's the first half. As far as the whole awkward situation goes, I think there's just some things that you can't really talk out after that point.
You can't talk out, and I'm pretty sure Andy can't unsee that. It's just there's.
I really get the impression Ayumi's more of the type who her gut instinct is, well, it happened. There's no changing the fact that it happened. Just move on from there.
The only thing is just try and explain so that it's not left awkward, but
she's already done that, and it didn't get made less awkward. And
yeah,
she's smart enough to know that explaining further is not going to help. So,
yeah.
If anything, it might make things worse. So she'll just leave it as is, probably. I think, is that correct?
I'm taking. Although I'm taking it, I'm sleeping here on the bed. Andy's sleeping here on the actual bed. Given her everything that just happened literally today.
That is fair. That is certainly fair.
I mean, the offer's open, but Ayumi doubts that Andy would even want to entertain the idea. The offer's open because it's much better than these beds.
I mean, she originally had ended up accepting your offer for her to sleep on the futon. So what you're saying is to retroactively just put her on the bed regardless.
No. What I was saying is, if we're going to Thursday, this happened on Saturday.
Well, yeah. As far as once we've gotten to a certain point, let's roll for awkward not being as awkward. This is basically wisdom on both sides to see how well they can end up reconciling. And
that one.
And I was gonna say with advantage due to the sheer length of time. And oh god, yeah, advantage due to sheer length of time.
17. 2.
Ayumi, for the most part, you would have ended up being able to put it to rest. You've ended up pushing back that I'm not a lesbian. It's just a phase that happened in my past. Has nothing to do with the now, so no reason to be embarrassed by it.
Yeah, except Andy does. I'm guessing that doesn't. What?
Yeah, when Andy ends up thinking about it, though, she just goes really red, and you're not quite sure what's going on in her mind as far as all that goes.
Yeah. Well, nothing to it but to have an actual conversation, but that's for a different day.
Yep. So, with that, is there any major event that I skipped over that I can't think of? Like anything that's major that can be done in a short time?
Yes.
What major thing did I skip over, Saji?
You skipped me using the necklace on Clementine.
Oh, did I?
You only did Victor and Elizabeth and Yamamoto. You skipped over Clementine. I did her first.
Somehow that slipped out of my notes. Apparently, Clementine, unlike her mother and her brother, apparently doesn't matter. Here, 1 second. Well, I'll be a monkey's uncle, okay. As far as that goes, and I'll just say that you did it during this week. As you end up going to bed during this week, you end up checking in on her, and as you do, you end up seeing. I can't lie, I actually didn't have something written for this, and this wasn't something that I could. This was something I had to take time for. Hold on.
If it's like that, you want to just hold off on that until.
If not, I just assume I just see her getting robbed, and then the whole Victor thing is just connected to that.
I mean, yeah, we can just retroactively say that around the same time you wrote that letter to your mom about a week or so ago, you also ended up looking in on Clementine like you were wanting to do, and you saw the whole thing with her getting robbed by the number user. At the time, though, you didn't see the number card. You would have just seen her. She lost a duel. And the guy, in a snide attitude, a deal's a deal, sweetie. Hand it over. As far as that goes, anything else that you guys need?
There's nothing major missed. I don't think.
Thing with Archie, but is that a different day?
Oh yeah, that would have technically been on Tuesday, if I remember right. So yeah, during the week, Ayumi, you would have ended up receiving a message from Archie, where he's just sending you. Oh, shut up, trackpad thing. Him sending you a message saying, "Can we hang out at some point today? I'm tired of being around all these fake obelisks."
Yeah, I mean, Ayumi would.
Ayumi would hit deal.
Why do you hit buttons?
Whoops.
Let Spider, welcome home.
Anyway, yeah, Ayumi would accept. It's just one of those things. It's funny because I'm pretty sure that means he views Ayumi as an actual obelisk as opposed to the others.
Well, yeah, Ayumi would have been going around wiping the floor with a bunch of them anyways, so...
Yeah.
So, just for this...
We rolled for duels, and I rolled really damn well.
So, as far as this goes, how about the two of you, you and Archie, end up rolling for charisma to see how much the others obelisk either like or hate you.
12.
Well, on the upside, it doesn't seem like they hate us. Not like I care what those slacker obelisks think. Huh, slacker obelisk, I never thought I'd utter that phrase.
Yeah, they're... Given the amount of notches I might dual disc here against them, I'm inclined to agree.
Those obelisks don't even know what a good card is.
Yeah, they probably use Immortal of Thunder without using its flip effect.
Immortal of Thunder has a flip effect?
Don't worry your head about it.
But what does it do?
I said don't worry about it. I mean, it wouldn't look good if an obelisk was coming to a slifer for advice on cards, would it? I mean, there are teachers everywhere.
It's not advice. I'm a obelisk such as myself can't possibly know of all the lowly cards that a slifer might know about. But every now and then, a slifer might know of a true gem.
Well, I mean, if you want a free 3,000 life points, all you need to do is just flip it.
Is that all?
Yep.
Me as a DM is saying this completely unironically. There's a good chance that Archie may or may not, and I do have to roll wisdom for him, add Immortal Thunder to his deck.
I know.
Just not even reading the effect, just taking it at face value.
That's kind of what I was doing. I was hoping that by saying, "Ah, yes, you're a blue. You must know this sort of stuff." He does it immediately. I'm kind of an ass. This is mostly because I knew he'd find it funny.
I love it.
Congratulations, you have 2 Thunder Bros.
So with that, I think with that a little bit of comedy gold, it's the perfect opportunity to call for a day.
Yeah, sounds good. Because we're technically still at a time skip for like all of probably 20 minutes of next game, maybe a little more.
Let's hope.
Yeah.
It will-
Unfortunately, I kind of expected this to take long.
Yeah, but on the upside, it was one time skip, and that one was mostly because there was a lot of meatier stuff in order to be able to help progress everybody back to being on neutral terms.
Yeah, so I'm not light years ahead. But hey, it's fine. I got comedy with Archie, and then there's the whole comedy of the Nat 1, followed by the Nat 1 to explain away the Nat 1. That happened before, didn't it?
I
Like,
think something similar happened. Yeah.
yeah, if it wasn't a 1, it was a 2. It's something extremely low to the point of, like, it may as well have. It's like, and for the exact same fucking thing, too, of course, just with a lot less.
With a lot less revealingness.
Yeah.
There were quite a few revelations made that day.
Yeah. Now I gotta be worried about if Andy actually likes me that way, because then she just got an eyeful and a half.
Well, I guess if you want answers to that and more, you'll just have to tune in next week for DARP. Thanks for watching.
Yeah, thanks. Bye, Tack. I know you're the only one in audience now still, but hey.